Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How, does the FBI find people? And people is misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more did you see? Because he's the guy.
All right, welcome back. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Hope you had an absolutely fabulous lunch. I have to say, I didn't go with the salad idea. I had a peanut butter sandwich. You guys talked about peanut butter. I could not pass it up. So peanut butter it is. Big shout out to the makers of my desk who fixed the lights, got me the new lights to fix it. So now I'm happy. It does all the cool things now. Also, Adam Nusky, third funniest in the room. Was the first in chat. Congratulations. At least you can be first in something, Adam. That's awesome. Congratulations, credit. You are the internet owner, so we're going to sentence you to too soon. It's too soon. You were going to sentence you to internet ownership for your exuberance, your over exuberance, even being first in chat. Clearly, you're excited to be here. You've got extra time on your hands. We're going to go ahead and make you the owner of the internet. You're responsible for maintaining everything IP related worldwide until we go live again. So. All right, do we have seating issues? Adam, is that the first thing you need to fix? That was actually me, sorry. Let's do a quick check. Oh, yep, look at that. Fixed it. Seats are working.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
All right, there we go.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Oh, thank you, Adam. Look at that. You got a best friend out of that one.
Because he's the guy.
My young son he heard me say I was going to make myself a salad, and he's being so helpful today because I think he wants to play Fortnite tonight. And we limit our kids' video game time. So some would say too much, but we've found, I think, a nice...
Happy birthday. You look good.
He's gunning for that he plays Lego Fortnite, which is not actually like a battling game. It's more like a building game and exploring. It's more like Roblox. But he wants to do that. So he's been up. He's like, how can I help, Dad? The whole time. He's really cool. All right. We're going to be starting court here in just a minute. We've got, I think they're starting in about 11 minutes is what we have on the schedule anyway. So we just have I like the dark look. I like a well-lit courtroom. That helps a lot. But when they turn the lights down, it sort of makes the logo a little more dramatic for the state seal there. And Dad is a YouTuber. Adonna, both my young kids, I actually just ordered a new shirt design from Sticker Mule. We're trying to test some out. And I can't make them available to you until I order them because I refuse to sell a product that I don't have first to make sure that the quality's good. Hey, Mrs. R.A., are you going to sneak in and try to hide?
I was going to ask if you could find a library book.
You looking for a library book? Why would you look in here? Yeah, it's lost. So we're trying to find out, what to put on the shirt for the kids because I love them. They're awesome, and they want to represent the channel, but I don't think Recovery Addict is, appropriate for a preteen child. So we're trying to think of something else to put on it. And the suggestions got pretty funny because we quickly went to like the bragging area, like the whole "my dad's a YouTuber" type thing. And I started thinking about, I don't know how I got here. I was thinking about the what Napoleon Dynamite film is like, your mom goes to college, you know, that joke, which was, you know, I don't think it's very funny because at the time I was late in married life. Later in married life with, you know, a whole bunch of kids going to college myself. And so I thought it'd be funny if it said something like, your mom watches my dad on YouTube or something like that. I don't know. Is that okay? I can't say your mom's is my dad's sub. You can't go there. There's like all sorts of like other meanings we've got to be careful about. But so if you have any advice, the kids want me to make some shirts for them. I don't know what to say for their shirts. I want it to be something that they would like, that they find funny at their level. So it's got to be kids level. It can't have any other double meanings. So no double entendres. But I don't want it to say addict on it. So I like that. So if you got some advice and some tips, let me know. Michelle's Mixed Media Madness. That is creepy. Okay, Greeners. My dad normalizing talking to himself on live streaming daily. There we go. That's a bit much for the younger ones. I was thinking I need something that their friends will understand too, and preferably think is cool. My dad is the little man in the corner. I like it. Let's see. Junior juror. Oh, petrified. I like that idea. I like the junior juror idea. And if we could do that with some sort of like a YouTube logo as well. Let's see. Junior juror is awesome. Okay, you've got some good ideas. I'll have to read through these. My dad is Mr. Beast. Well, the problem is Mr. Beast lives here. I like this. My dad is a big deal on YouTube. That would be pretty funny. I like that one as well. Okay, I need to figure out how to make it sort of semi-graphic, not like adult graphic, but like have some artwork involved. I like junior juror. That is really good. All right, those are some good ideas. Future jurist. That's a good one. In my opinion, what did you say here? My dad is a big deal. I get half my DNA from my mom and half from my dad. Greeners. That is funny. That is funny. Unfortunately, no one would understand it except a science teacher who'd be like, yeah, that's factually correct. And someone who watches YouTube, true crime. And they're like, I get the reference. No recap then? Oh, we'll do a recap. This morning we've only had one witness on the stand. We've got plenty of time for this. We've only had one witness on the stand. It's been Investigator Zachary Crawford. He has started his testimony yesterday, and yesterday he told us about the Blue Star in the apartment. Today we've been walking through some of that apartment a little bit more. We've talked about the lab results that the TBI did to rush to confirm that it was in fact Jasmine's blood in the apartment. Talked about their efforts to locate Mr. Chen and how they found him. They used a search warrant. They got a warrant for his location from his phone, and then got a warrant for the parents' house, which is where he was at. And then they served the warrant on that house and found some interesting stuff that has been presented in court. Some Post-it notes that have relevant information about the case, including the investigator's name and number. His sort of alibi, last time I saw her was whatever, and she has, a habit of running away from home, things like this. Steel and Stitches, I like this one as well. juror with the logo instead of Recovery Addict. Anyway, so the walkthrough or the search that was done at the parents' house, where he was found as well, that they found his car in the garage door closed, 2 cars parked behind it. Almost looks like it was sort of hidden from view that way. That seems weird. As a kid, like growing up when I was, first started driving, the vehicle that I wanted to drive, I would never want it blocked in by other cars. I'd always want it to be like, hey, so whenever I want, I can hop in the car and go. So it just seems strange that his was like in the garage, door closed, with his parents' cars behind it. We've got, let's see, also located in the house was a North Face backpack belonging to Mr. Chen that had the eyeglass case in it. I think that was Mr. Chen's eyeglass case. And in the backpack as well was Jasmine's SIM card for her phone. Let's see, we got the forensic download from his phone and just some weird stuff there with some of the pictures he's using to post messages back and forth that are sort of doctored in time. The metadata is not matching up. They did a final walkthrough of the apartment as the management company was renovating it, and they found a ton more blood in the carpet. And took a huge sample of that. Just a ton of blood that soaked all the way through the carpet, through the pad, and down in through the subfloor. Scent Bunny says, T-shirt idea. My dad has 65,000 subscribers, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. I like the lousy T-shirt idea. Tip from Dad: don't go to the murder aisle. Hey, little Larry. My dad counts objections. I was thinking something like, don't mess with me. My dad watches murder trials for fun and knows how to hide a body. Is that too much? Is that too much? R.A. Offspring. My dad knows stuff. Yeah, too much. It's too much, says Martha. All right, we'll go. We'll work on that here in a little bit. I'm not sure why they're here. I'm trying to decorate on my desk a little bit differently. I got Mr. Bones out, but he's sort of obscured, and he towers over Lady Justice. I keep calling her Lady Liberty. She is not the Statue of Liberty. Not sure why they open the door and then start setting off the house alarm, but. My dad covered your dad's trial on YouTube. Oh, wow. Greeners, this one's out already. I want my lawyer.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Hang on. I don't know if they might have left. Juror in training. He just finished Ian's stream. He can lead you down that path a little bit, can't he? Love him. He's amazing. This is probably more accurate. This is as far as truthfulness goes. My dad knows a lot of useless information. I would have to say is 100% correct. My dad's afraid of bugs. Yes. Dwayne's dependence. Amber, I was thinking something like, for my birthday, my dad got another cable. Would that work? Where's the next trial? Son of a YouTuber. That's a good one. My dad scams scammers. You guys are very creative. For my mom's birthday, my dad got another cable. Two cables. But, all right. Court's going to be starting here in just a moment. Everyone's gone? Cool. We can leave the door open then. There's no music or it'll zoink me. My dad's weapon of choice is Southern Febreze. My dad has a warrant in Vegas. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll work on that on my own time. We'll talk about court here for a little bit, but jury's supposed to be back at 1 o'clock. The interesting thing about this trial is I can't figure out why we're starting late. Why we started late in the morning. We have a sequestered jury. The jury has been bussed 2+ hours from their homes to live near the courthouse. They have all their transportation is covered by the court. They are monitored by bailiffs 24/7. They are taken to dinner. They're fed their food. They are told when they can have breaks. They're in the courthouse, moved from place to place. The jury should not be the reason why court starts late in any situation, beyond like a late bathroom break or something. But we have been starting late. And I don't know why. It's Southern time. They're on Southern time. Ask my dad about his travel credits. Oh, my goodness. I like all these. Why is the jury sequestered in this trial? What's different here versus the others, says the Brown Barn. There was a ton of media exposure on this case locally. And so they, instead of moving the trial, they moved the jurors. And I don't know if it was a logistic thing for the court to do it, but it is an option to bring in jurors from another county, and they did. So they bust them in from Nashville, and they're just hanging around for the trial now. Is this the first full sequestration we've seen that we followed on the trial? I believe so. Crime is my dad's hobby. That's a good one. My dad's other name is Dwayne. My dad is a big deal, and I'm just a little RA. I like that. Adam, send it to me via text. Credence and Mikey sounds like a free vacation. It is. And by the way, a big shout out to Credence and Mikey. If you don't watch their channel, you're missing out on all the best police chases. And you're also missing out on something that 100,000 other people have beat you to because they just celebrated their 100,000th subscriber here this last weekend. It was awesome. Congratulations to you. Thanks for popping in. My dad says I have a right to remain silent, but not the ability. Okay, I'm going to make them some shirts. I feel bad because I was just ordering. I told one of my older boys, I'm like, hey, I've got to order a shirt to make sure the logo works well, a new design. And what size do you want, color? And we went through all that. And then my kids are like, I'd like a shirt. I'm like, oh my goodness, I've neglected you. I just don't think of them as repping the channel very much. Can one of the mods put Credence and Mikey's channel in chat? For live police chases, I don't think there's a better channel out there for both commentary and the ability to just pop on as soon as there's something that happens. And that's impressive. From somebody who knows what goes into going live, they're ready as soon as there's a police chase. There we go, right here. I learned everything about the law from my dad. Just put a giant QR code link to your channel on the front. Good stuff. Good ideas. So we're 5 minutes late back to court. The jury said they said we were going to start at 1, and we're not quite there yet. But when we do continue, I believe we're going to continue with direct with Investigator Zachary Crawford. We still have some body camera footage that I think would come in through him, but we have not yet got there. We've already laid the foundation as to the footage being collected from the record holder, whether it was Walgreens or Walmart. We've also had some officer body camera footage that possibly might come in as well. So Instead, we're just getting like screenshots from it.
In front of the Walmart.
My dad carries your dad's bond. Once you have kids' shirts, other parents might want one for their child too. Sorry, Mom, Dad said to ask for an attorney and don't say anything. My dad solved the burn pile murder case. Oh my goodness. That one's funny, but I'm not making that shirt. This would be a good shirt. There's always a Walmart. Like as a shirt. I don't realize that was my own response from this command, but there's always a Walmart is a funny shirt. I'm sequestered again. This is my timeout escape hoodie. There's clearly a market for these shirts for my kids. I just need to see which one they like the best. So this is day 2 of this trial, which started slowly yesterday with a long proffer of an expert who was going to testify that Jason Chen couldn't have premeditated.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Couldn't have premeditated the murder because he was drunk at the time. Voluntary intoxication. But that was thrown out by the judge, but we still got to hear all the evidence, as it's going to be a proffer that would be included in any appeal. Should there be a conviction? If there's not a conviction, obviously there will be no appeal. But that was lengthy. It took most of the day. Yesterday, the judge stretched the court time all the way till 6 p.m., which is running pretty late for a court that's supposed to start, around 9. And I think he's doing this for a couple of reasons. First of all, he was trying to make up for that lost time with that doctor on the stand who took forever. Mostly that was the state's fault, asking a billion questions on voir dire.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
But also, I think he's trying to be respectful of the fact that this jury is sequestered away from their family, away from their jobs, away from their lives right now. And if he can speed things up and go as long as possible, it's like the jury doesn't have anywhere else to go, right? They're really stuck with him until the trial is over. So why not make the most of it, use all the time they possibly can, and get this wrapped up quickly. Let's see. I want a shirt with all the channel commands on it.
Bring the jury.
Okay, that's an idea. Not for the kids though. I might do that one. State went way overboard with that voir dire, beating the dead horse. I agree, Laura, but at the same time, I was trying to look at this saying, why could this be a good idea? Okay, other than the fact that you're really irritating the judge and slowing things down and possibly irritating the jury, even though they don't know that that it's a problem. If there is an appeal, I know this is a lot of ifs. Let's string this together. If there is an appeal and the appeal is granted, and Jason Chen gets a new trial after a conviction in this one, assuming that's what happens. If the appeal was granted because the doctor was excluded when he should have been allowed, that doctor comes in and his testimony comes in.
Are we going to address that?
It was rushed testimony. That for an expert, think about how long went between when he was first contacted to when he was basically on the stand over Zoom testifying. He didn't have much time. He didn't have time to prep. He didn't even understand that one of the main bases he's made his decision on is something that's not legally allowed in Tennessee, and that's the personality profile, the thing. So he basically rushed this testimony, got it ready.
Taking it easy.
I think in a way, if it ever goes down that way, I mean, if there is an appeal, if he does get a new trial, if the doctor is allowed to testify, then the doctor has on the record, under oath, all this testimony about what he was going to, what he would testify to about this case, and he can't change it. It locks him in. It seems like a little overkill because there's a lot of ifs. A lot has to happen to get there. First of all, we need a conviction. It needs to be appealed. The appeal has to be upheld, and it has to be upheld and allow him to come back in. But it might be, to prep in case it goes that way in the future. And it might just be that she was angry at the defense for springing this on them and just wanted to throw it back in their face and make their expert look stupid. That's a possibility as well. Karina, welcome. We're only on day 2. That's spot on, says Eeyore. It's always good when I guess correctly. Boy, did she throw it back in their face? Yes. She was really frustrated. She's got a loud voice. Her voice carries very well in the courtroom. But yesterday when she was asking questions of that expert, there was an edge to it. She was really upset. She was surprised initially when the judge even offered her the opportunity to cross-examine the witness. She's like, we can't even do that. I mean, it's not, well, what? It's a proffer. And he's like, well, do you want a voir dire? You want to, and she's like, sure. And so it seemed like she was completely unprepared. Then she steps up there and she just, swings for the fences with every question. She is very, very smart. She scares me. She scares me. I would not want to face against her in any battle of the wits. She's young and good. She's going to have a bright future. She's got a bright present. She's really good. I mean, that's why she's the lead on a murder trial. Court is not back yet. We're waiting for something. Jury, judge, attorneys, or possibly even the defendant. Oops. Everything just went haywire. Give me a second. We'll bring it back the way it should. There we go. All right. Helena Handbasket. Pink slips are flying at my job. I'm a little worried. Oh, no. Fingers crossed. That is terrible, though. It's terrible for a million reasons. I've been at a job when there were major cutbacks, and it's terrible to get that notice, and it's terrible to not get that notice and see a lot of friends go. I hope everything works out well. Show them the weirdo photo wall I made. Okay, let me see if I can get this pulled up. Red Pen has been making a thumbnail of sorts for this trial. I have to switch teams so I can see it. Just one second. Okay, we'll download this one. Give me just a minute. We'll have this pulled up for you. All right, here we go. This is the thumbnail that Red Pen has created. I'll turn my picture off for just a minute. She went with the photo wall like this because during the walkthrough or the first investigation that was done at Mr. Chen's apartment, one of his rooms in his house was just absolutely plastered with what appeared to be Polaroid pictures of various people. And so we've got a Tennessee versus Jason Chen thumbnail with pictures of relevant items, everything from Post-it notes, blood splatters. We have asparagus is on there. The victim is represented. I think I'm down there in the corner for some reason. I don't know why. There's a lot. There's a lot of things. The suitcase is on there. Wow. Red Pen, it's very artistic. I'll have to go through and look at the definition as to why we have everything that's on there that we do. But it's a beautiful photo montage of the trial. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with a key that tells us what everything means. Kenny Peterson, extra pleased to be among all you fine people here. Thank you, Recovery Addicts. Kenny, thank you very much. Congratulations on 16 months. Appreciate your support. Fine member of the gallery. Approaching the OG status, which you attain at 20 months. At least that's our current mark. It's like, where's Waldo? Search and find. Every time the court is this late, I get nervous that there's some sort of plea deal in the works. And of course, I shouldn't be nervous. A plea deal is, in fact, a form of justice. But it seems, I don't know. I'd like to watch it play out in court instead of be a deal in the back room. I see we've got a mama bear in the picture. I'm trying to zoom in and see what everything looks like on this picture. There's a baby with stabby. Oh my goodness. Wow. Lots of stuff in that picture. Very well done, Red Pen, as always. Red Pen has led the charge in creating a lot of the thumbnails we've used on our videos. Why is RA being referred to as everyone's dad? We had a little conversation. My kids want T-shirts for the channel, but I don't feel good putting Recovery Addict on a young child's shirt, because it might not go over well for somebody who doesn't understand the background for the words. So I was thinking, how could I get them a shirt that represents the channel, but not say like Recovery Addict on it? And so we got some ideas for my dad's a YouTuber type stuff. Where do I see how long I've been a member? This is going to ruin the tour. If you send a member message, which every month you're allowed to give one free member message, and that anytime you are in green, which either you're gifted a membership or you purchase a membership for the month, you should have a member message for you available. And it should be down at the bottom underneath the chat. There should be a little, I think it's the $sign, the same place you go to for a super chat, I think. There should be a membership message option. Nobody puts my dad in the corner. There's a membership message right there. Here to see how long I've been a member. 5 months is what it shows on the membership side. So your next month, 6th month, you will get a change in color of courthouse. It changes rapidly initially and then slows down. So the newest, the oldest members we have right now just barely have been receiving their pink courthouse, which is the 2-year mark. Where can I find the key to the courthouse colors? One place is on our 13th Addicts bumper sticker. Oh! The 13th Addicts bumper sticker has them all on there, as well as some of our shirts, like the Recovery or the Prison Escape hoodie has it, but you can also see it in YouTube, I think, under memberships. Amy Flo, woohoo, finally figured this out. 9 months. Congratulations, Amy. I think a lot of people just figured it out. Martha Ivy, thank you, RA, for all you do to keep us informed. 13 months, Martha. Wouldn't be the same without you. Appreciate that. BG, member for 13 months as well. Been lurking since Cavalcante. Kiki D's Garden gifted a membership. Thank you, Kiki D's Garden. Appreciate that. That went to a well-deserving person. Sandy Hall. Congratulations. Lena, what are they fighting about? Lena H, member for 15 months, make my workday a whole lot better. Thank you, Hari and Mods. I'm glad you can bring us along on your workday so we can speed that up for you. Just put your channel name on the back of the shirt so people can follow you. My dad is part of a large crime family. There's a good one. That's Mr. Chen right there. Oh, it looks like we've got some evidence, new evidence packages brought into court. So we might have some physical evidence that's going to be shown here shortly. We've already seen the suitcase once. That was used in the open. Windy Horse, member for 6 months. Congratulations. There's that yellow courthouse. Surely not. Yes, I chose Recovery Addict as a name for the channel when I first started this channel back in 2016. At that point, I thought everyone would love to watch my live streams and my videos where I went out recovering artifacts from the ground, a hobby I was addicted to, hence Recovery Addict. I love metal detecting. I started putting videos out there, doing lives, and I found quickly that a lot of people did not find it nearly as interesting as I did, and I stopped making videos, and I left it for a while. Long story, worked in the federal government, did IT stuff on the top secret side for the Department of Defense. Loved it, had fun, worked myself out of a job there, took 7 months looking for a next job, basically spent every penny of savings we had. Out of desperation, a little bit of frustration, I started live streaming, something that I loved to do and had gone to school for and training in and had equipment for already, and started live streaming the Darrell Brooks case. And on the 4th day of live streaming, we hit every metric for YouTube monetization. We got 13,000 people in chat, like 5,000 watch hours. It was nuts. It was crazy. And we've been doing that ever since. But I used the channel I had available, which was the Recovery Addict channel, the only one I had that was prepared and ready to start live streaming that day. I could have made a new channel, but it would have taken 24 hours between when you create the channel to when you can first live stream on it. So we do also, I have a personal history with addiction, and my addiction was computer gaming. So we support everyone who is on the path to sobriety on the channel, as most of us have experience in that in one way or another.
Hope you had a good lunch. And real life stuff. All right. I'm the favorite property line for.
Yes.
All right. So where we wrapped up before lunch was, you can still see the picture behind you, the second entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So after this part of your investigation, what happened? So you testified that we located her body. You went back in the apartment the second time. Do you recall when this was again? You told the jury.
It was approximately January 5th.
So after major portions of an investigation have been completed, what from that point forward are you doing as a homicide investigator?
First and foremost, trying to potentially discover more evidence in the case, such as executing search warrants on other pieces of evidence, trying to contact TBI in terms of processing further evidence in the case. Also, even though I was assigned this investigation, my duties as a homicide detective don't stop there with this investigation. So during the meantime, I'm also being assigned more investigations to include further homicides that come up in the coming months.
But you've been looking for video evidence?
Yes, I was.
Looking for evidence that pertains to Mr. Chen's involvement with Jasmine Pace?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what the Real-Time Intelligence Center is?
Yes, the Real-Time Intelligence Center is essentially it's a unit within the Chattanooga Police Department. In the city of Chattanooga, we have city-owned and operated cameras that are also monitored by the Chattanooga Police Department that are placed through strategic locations throughout the Chattanooga area. Those cameras work in many different functions. Some cameras are fixed cameras. Most of our fixed cameras that we have will have essentially 4 cameras at that location that will look in 4 different directions to potentially try to cover that specific area in like a 360-degree angle. Some of the cameras that were in place are pan-tilt zoom cameras, and based on a timed rotation, that camera will pan out a view of the intersection. It will then zoom in for approximately 15 seconds before zooming back out, and then it will complete that cycle until it's done 360 degrees. So sometimes we have cameras that are stationary and look at one angle the entire time, and sometimes we have a camera angle that shows part of something. Normally when something gets good, it turns to another angle. But those cameras are, like I said, owned and operated by the city of Chattanooga. They're maintained by the Chattanooga Police Department, and the Chattanooga Police Department monitors those cameras. Also, with those cameras, they're given access to other officers to potentially monitor, deter crime, and see potential traffic congestion and those things as well.
When you say that employees of the police department are monitoring ARDIC, is it called ARDIC?
ARDIC is the abbreviation for real-time intelligence.
That's what it's called within the community, is ARDIC cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say it's being monitored, are they being monitored in real time?
Yes, that gives the name. We have, depending on what time of day it is, we have ARDIC investigators. They have a place inside the police station that has multiple TVs in camera angles that they will look at specific calls that come in. If a call comes out in a specific area, act of violence or a burglary of some sort, they attempt to access those cameras to get suspect information. And a lot of times, when there's stuff that's not going on, they come on those cameras to make sure that no potential crimes or something suspicious going on in time. But there's active investigators that are looking at those cameras. Typically, it's only filled by 1 to 2 active investigators at a time that are monitoring those cameras. And you can determine that the size of the city of Chattanooga, obviously they can't get to every camera placed throughout the city. But other investigators within the department also have access to those cameras as well.
So are you able to ask individuals that work in the ARDIC Center to go back and look for video footage that they may have not seen anything nefarious at the time, but as an investigator you can ask them to go back and pull up video for you?
Correct. We have, depending on the cameras and servers, when they were placed, anywhere from a few days of video footage to up to a month of video footage could be stored at a time on the cameras before they potentially deleted it.
Do you know approximately how many ARDIC cameras there are in Chattanooga?
It's ever expanding. I don't know the exact number. I would guesstimate over 100.
Would you describe them as helpful in solving crimes in Chattanooga?
Yes, video footage is extremely helpful. Obviously, if you can see it, it takes out the middleman in terms of getting access to that video. Because sometimes when we do these neighborhood canvases, we're trying to locate witnesses or video footage. You have to make contact with that business owner or that homeowner, and then not only once you make contact, you're seeking permission to then have access to that video footage to potentially see if it captures anything. But in terms of the real-time intelligence center cameras, we have direct access to those cameras at all times. So we're able to review those cameras. Sometimes maybe we can get enough video footage so we can go back and we can monitor that as many times or review as many times as we want.
In the course of your investigation, did you learn that there was an ARDIC camera close to 110 Tremont Street?
Yes, I did.
How did that information come to you?
I'm very familiar with the ARDIC cameras within the homicide unit. I'm somebody to rely upon when it comes to certain types of investigations. One of those is being the ability to review camera footage. So I was familiar with the camera being placed at the intersection of Tremont Street and Fraser Avenue. It's actually most of our ARDIC cameras, basically all, because of the power source they need, are mounted on electric poles placed there by EPB. So it gets direct source by the city-owned power. We have somewhere where they can mount it to, so the city has full permission to place those cameras there, placed in public areas, and I knew there would be one approximately less than a block south of where Ms. Pace was last seen and ultimately murdered.
Were you able to request to see the video footage from that ARDIC camera from the days of November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
I don't have to request that video footage. I actually have direct access to all the ARDIC cameras. So I've pulled the cameras up myself since I have direct access, and I've viewed them on my laptop.
Were you able to retrieve video from that ARDIC camera from November 22nd, 2022 and November 23rd, 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
To orient the jury, Investigator Crawford.
Part of the audio problem is that the detective turns away from the mic to talk to the jury.
You recognize this area, Investigator Crawford?
Yes, we just saw the front of 110 Tremont Street. You're going to see Tremont Street as it leads down into an area of Coolidge Park. And you have Fraser Avenue, which goes from left to right or east to west.
What is that?
That is going to be one of our ARDIC cameras. Typically, they are in block style for storage, communication. You can see the dome style bubble at the bottom. That's actually going to be our physical camera there. In this specific camera actually picks up, has still video, where it actually monitors different areas, such as the streets.
And is this the Arctic camera that you were able to pull footage from around the time of November 2022?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you review that video?
I did.
Whose faces are that on the mural over there? Is it like Charlie Chaplin?
It's on the list of Fraser Avenue, 1122. Fraser, 1122. So we stick this jump drive in this computer.
Nikola Tesla?
You agree that it just showed the USB was entered?
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Is it footage from that Arctic camera from 11/22/2022?
Yes, that's correct.
This accurate depiction of the footage from that day as you saw it in 2022 or 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the 11/22/22 Arctic footage be admitted into evidence. Okay, this folder says Arctic 11/23.
Arctic is RTIC. It's searching for it, but
Okay, is this also footage from the Arctic camera that the jury can see on the screen behind me?
Yes, that's correct.
What day is this from?
It's from 11/23/2022.
Real-Time Intelligence Center.
It's from 10 a.m. till 10 p.m.
And that's noted on this video, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it also noted on the 11/22/22 video?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be moved into evidence of the state's next exhibit.
cameras are actually made by Axis. AXIS.
All right. Before we get to video footage, Investigator Crawford, I'd like to talk about the location of several spots we've talked about throughout this trial. 110 Tremont, you can see a little sliver of it on the screen behind us, correct?
Correct.
How far away from 110 Tremont is the Walgreens at which Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022?
Just a few blocks to the west.
And then from Jason's apartment to the Walmart where Jason made purchases on 11/23/2022, how far apartment to Walmart?
Less than 10 minutes.
How far from Jason Chen's apartment to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Approximately 15, 16 minutes.
How far from the Walmart to Mountain Creek Road where Jasmine's vehicle was located?
Just a few minutes. Just over.
How far from Jason's apartment was Jasmine Pace's body located on Sub Creek Road?
Approximately 14 to 15 minutes.
How far is the Walmart from where Jasmine Pace's body was located?
Just a few minutes, 4 to 5.
So would it be fair to say that we're talking about a pretty small area of activity that we've spoken about throughout this trial?
That's correct.
All right. Yes. Can we switch to prosecution laptop, Your Honor? I'll ask Investigator Crawford if he'll turn around.
Face the wall. Spread
Before we
them.
start playing,
Oh, wait.
Paul. Investigator Crawford, this is video footage from that Arctic camera, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Similar to what you just saw that I showed you on the laptop?
Yes.
And if you can see on the bottom there, does it have a date? Can you show the bottom?
Yeah.
Just show a second ago. There we go. Is that date accurate?
Yes, it is.
Would that time be accurate?
That's correct.
So 11:42 p.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Steve
Note that
Jobs.
we are going to begin to play it, Your Honor, around 11:42:41.
That's a pretty good picture for a security camera. That was her car? Is that what it was?
What type of vehicle did that look like to you?
A Chevrolet Traverse.
And did it look like Jasmine's vehicle?
Yes.
Are you sure it was a Traverse?
Yes.
Are you sure it was a Chevrolet? A white Chevrolet?
Yes.
Okay. And when
sure?
that vehicle pulled in next to the apartment building, what pull-in would that have been in comparison to Jason Chen's apartment?
This pull-in here is going to be the parking lot area that's just south. So the picture we kept looking at, the street view of 110 Tremont Street, would actually be to the right. To signify there's these signs here that are permanent. You can also see the trees over here. Essentially, there's a pull-in location. It's kind of darker discolored here. That's the driveway to the southern parking lot.
You are familiar with the My Chevy app that the Pace family was able to view to show where Jasmine's car was?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the time on this video match the time on the My Chevy app that would have shown her arriving at 110 Tremont on 11/22/22?
Yes, it's consistent with her travel there.
Okay. Now let's move on to 11/23/2022.
That's pretty. I like that view.
All right, can you pause it, General Moyle? What are we looking at here, Investigator Crawford?
This is a camera within the Walmart, specifically the 500 Signal Mountain Road Walmart that was introduced earlier.
Do you recall when this surveillance footage was taken?
Yes, the date from which the surveillance was taken was from November 23rd of 2022.
If you can play it, General Moyle.
Walmart.
There's Mr. Chen. Saw the hat. The Hennessy hat.
There's going to be another video from Walmart.
Well, this is how they get you if you don't scan appropriately. Let's see, we have a box of, what are we buying?
Same day, same event, just when Mr. Chen was checking
Got
out.
some spray.
Yes, that's correct.
Got, what is that? I have no idea. Let's see, a box of Band-Aids. Let's get those. Ding. Put those in the bag. So we got, type it in, some asparagus. Yep, there we go. That's some asparagus. So what else do we have here? Some towels, bath towels. Need some bath
Towels
towels.
look like anything you've seen before.
Better Homes and Gardens.
Yes, they're consistent with the hand towels that we located in the top right-hand corner cabinet.
That bag's pretty much full. Just set that right there. What else do we have? A little bit of cleaning spray.
What color are Mr. Chen's shoes?
They're white.
There, and a little more hydrogen
Does that
peroxide.
appear to be the same hat that Mr. Chen had on when you
Another bath towel.
met him in Nolensville?
Yes, that is correct.
You won't scan. Let's try it again. Oh, there
And
we
do
go.
you recall the time of day that this video was captured?
Yes, he was in the Walmart area between.
Pay now.
10 and
Let's
6
take out
a.m.
the credit card.
And did it
Let's
correlate?
see, not this one. That
Does
one right there.
video correlate with the receipt
4178.
that was
That's the one.
previously entered as an exhibit in this case?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you please continue to look?
Please take your card. Would you like cash back? No.
Does that phone look familiar?
Yes, it's same clear
Yes, print
phone
receipt.
case.
It's 11
with the
o'clock.
same
Right
sticker on the back
button.
that's similar to the
Swipe the
Boston
card.
College.
Phone goes
Along
away.
with,
Now we've got a card. We'll just throw that in the
debit
pocket
card,
as well.
That's consistent with what
Oh,
we
never mind. We'll put it back where it was.
located inside of his
On the
wallet
outside.
in Nolensville.
Grab the receipt.
And,
Stuff in the bag. And we gone.
You can go back.
That was Walmart. There's always a Walmart.
Did you see a time come up on Mr. Chen's phone that you can that December 9th day is the date that this video was retrieved, correct?
Correct.
Did you see a time on Mr. Chen's phone?
There is a time associated with this.
And here, in this photo, you can see Mr. Chen's wrist in this photo, correct?
Correct.
And does he have a bracelet on?
He does.
Does it match the bracelet that he had on in his matcha photo that he sent to Jasmine Pace?
It does not.
But that picture was, those texts were from the same day as this video, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Move on to Walgreens.
Going to Walgreens. Everyone hop in. Walgreens has to do one a little better.
So this
4 cameras
video,
at once.
there are two sets of videos were collected from Walgreens. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you embiggen the
Was one
pictures?
earlier in the day
Yes, it was.
and was one later in the day?
Yes, it was.
Is this video footage from earlier in the day or later in the day?
It's going to be the earlier video footage around 1:39 p.m.
Based on your knowledge, the date and time are correct on those videos as Walgreens testified?
Correct.
Okay.
So much to watch.
Got to see somebody walk in the door?
All these people walking in now have no idea that allegedly a murderer just walked in the store
No, we
with
can't
them
fast forward through these videos, so we're just going to wait just a few minutes.
and is currently shopping the murder aisle for cleanup items. Yeah, Walgreens is like CVS, drugstore, corner store, sort of have some groceries. It's like in a pinch, you could probably get enough for a dinner, for a meal, but it's not going to be a good one. Probably, I buy ice cream there. They do have a good selection of ice cream. Probably can't do most of your shopping there, though. Got a little of everything, though. A lot of anything pharmacy related. Little candy, little toy section. a little bit of health food. A lot of them have like a photo developing place where you can get your digital prints developed in an hour or less. Oh, Mommy, I want some candy. Get in the car. Walgreens around me has the Bluebell Texas two-step. Oh, there he is.
See an individual in that top right video.
See hydrogen peroxide, Band-Aids.
Yes, I did.
Have you seen that hat before?
Yes, I
Hydrogen peroxide. Checker's saying, we'd like to get a grout brush with that. A lot of times when people buy that much hydrogen peroxide, they buy a grout brush. It's really important. Maybe get your own luminol? No? He says, no, I'll just take the hydrogen peroxide.
Did this transaction correlate with one of the receipts that we've already seen?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, briefly before we go to the next video. Based on your previous interactions with Mr. Chen, and then reviewing these videos, were you able to identify the person in those videos?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Jason Chen.
Do you see Jason Chen in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you please point him out and describe what he's wearing for the jury?
I see him directly across from me with a dark suit, with a bluish tie, with glasses.
In between two lawyers?
That's correct.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Chen has been identified.
So reflected.
Okay, so then we're going to go back to real-time intelligence center video, Arctic camera footage. And Investigator Proffer, we are going chronologically here. Can you pause this, General Moore? Okay, so again, correct date on the bottom?
Yes, that is correct.
Is the time correct on the bottom?
Yes, there are IP-based cameras that are synced with the internet.
Would that be 5:59 p.m.?
That's correct.
You flip the off. Front. Mr. Chen's apartment right there to the right.
Yes, and this structure you can see just at the edge of this building is going to be his apartment complex. Just between here is the front stairwell and obviously the brush, and then this is the parking area over here.
Time is oddly specific. Into a thousandth of a second. It's like we've got an Olympic watch connected to a PTZ security camera. .601. See a car enter the screen on the bottom. Is that a Chevy Traverse? Didn't look like it. There we go. That looks more like the roof of a Chevy Traverse. 601, 30 seconds maybe. So it's going on a little jog. Taking baby steps.
Your Honor, we're going to have to go back a little bit. I think we started it too late.
Your Honor, we might be here all year. We missed the part we were supposed to watch. Going back and watching the minute prior to what we just saw. There we go. Here's some headlights. Cross traffic has the green.
Investigator Crawford, does that appear to be a person in the suitcase?
Yes, in the area.
And it froze.
On the front staircase, down the sidewalk to the parking lot area on the south side of the apartment complex.
Okay, we're going to keep watching for a second.
Couldn't see it. And it froze at that time too. Somebody with a suitcase on the sidewalk. Apparently we're watching the time frame when the, there we go. Now's where we picked up before. Then he comes running back. Wish we knew what we were watching for. Okay, there's some movement up there. There he is, walking back in, right? It's in the same area where the suitcase was. It's the Forerunner, right? We're either looking for a Chevy Traverse or a Camry, right? Oh, there we go. There we go.
This individual in that vehicle appeared to be wearing a hat.
Yes, it does.
Does that match the description of Jason Chen's vehicle?
It does. It's a Toyota Camry, same color, and approximately same model year range as well.
based on your review of this video, was there anybody else in Mr. Chen's car?
No, if you, to my knowledge, looking through the windows, they're not extremely thin windows, especially when the light passes through, especially being a street light and passing cars. You clearly see the gentleman sitting out inside of the vehicle at that time.
All right. Chronologically, let's go back to Walgreens. Oh, let me ask you, if Mr. Chen in that video was going towards Suck Creek Road, which way would he have turned out of that Tremont Street?
So based on that video, like I said, from that angle of the Arctic camera, it actually faces north, or up towards the screen, and Fraser Avenue goes from left to right, from west to east. Suck Creek Road, he would need to take a right out or travel left down the road or west. So on screen, he'd been traveling to the left-hand side of the screen to make that road.
Well, let me ask you this way, because that's actually the flipped version. Was he traveling in the correct direction to get to Suck Creek Road?
Yes, he was traveling in the direction of Suck Creek Road.
Thank you. I should have asked like that. All right, let's go back to Walgreens. Later in the day, correct, but same day, 11:23, Investigator Crawford?
That's correct.
Is that indicated on the screens again?
Yes, it is.
Now we're in the 1900 hour?
Yes.
1903 would be 7:03?
7:03 p.m., that's correct.
Okay. See somebody standing in line on that bottom right screen?
Yes, that's correct.
Does that appear to be Jason Chen?
Yes.
Does he appear to be buying paper towels?
Yes.
Like all the paper towels. Huge bundle.
And you can see on the top left screen in the better view.
Correct.
So the first Walgreens video was around what time?
It's around 1:39 p.m.
And this one, 7:03. So we're 5.5 hours separated. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Chronologically, let's go back to Arctic. Can you, Investigator Crawford, can you move to the right a little bit so that Paul can see? So what date does that video say, Investigator Crawford?
November 23rd, 2022.
Some pretty good pictures for security cameras. These Axis cameras are really nice. They're actually very expensive to run because they make you buy software. These cameras don't just plug into any system. You have to buy the Axis software to access the cameras.
Have you noticed that this video jumps, Investigator Crawford?
Yes.
Why is that?
It's based on signal strength of the camera. If you've ever interacted with anything computer-based, based on signal strength, especially with cameras, if the signal strength's not strong enough, obviously the video footage doesn't pick up great. The time's recorded properly, so it'll show, but it's not been edited. It's just poor signal strength of that camera based on the internet at the time.
8:30 p.m. Do you recognize that vehicle?
I do.
What vehicle do you recognize that to be?
The victim's vehicle, transportation.
Can you tell anything about what the driver of that vehicle is wearing?
Yes, they're wearing essentially a light-colored upper top with something potentially dark on it. It's almost essentially like a hood is up.
Yeah, okay. All right, and that vehicle was leaving Mr. Chen's apartment complex around 8:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, now We are going to Mountain Creek Road video. You'll recall you heard Scott Miller testify, Investigator Crawford.
Yes. This is the
Are you
condos.
familiar with this video as well?
I am.
Is this video from the Signal View Apartments on Mountain Creek Road?
That's correct.
Did you visit those apartments during the course of your investigation?
I did.
Okay. Have you seen this video for this video?
I have.
Now, do you recall Scott Miller testifying that this time was also accurate?
Yes, I did.
Static is terrible. I apologize. There's nothing I can do about that.
That white SUV, Investigator Crawford, was that SUV going in the direction of where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located at the Mountain Creek apartment building?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm going to keep playing it. What we're getting to is about 8 minutes ahead of this, if the parties don't mind that we fast forward. Vehicle going pretty fast down that parking lot road.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify what kind of vehicle that was?
Yes, it appears to be a
Vehicle
gray
going pretty fast down that
vehicle.
parking lot road.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify what kind of vehicle that was?
Yes, it appears to be a gray tan color.
Sorry, I had a little double there.
Okay, keep watching.
Keep your eyes glued. What time is this? This is almost 9 p.m. Wednesday, November 23rd. Imagine now we're looking for somebody on foot going the other direction.
Investigator Crawford, are there multiple entrances at the Signal View apartment complex?
Yes, there is.
Where, in comparison to where Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located, where would the other entrance have been?
Essentially, you have an entrance on this side, and then in between, well, this is the rental office, and back this direction is going to be all the apartment complexes themselves. Back this direction, to the left-hand side of the video, is going to be the rear part of the apartment complex. If you were to continue to follow around the rear of the apartment complex, it then takes you to the other side where essentially you have a mimicked entrance as this side, so you could exit or enter either side of the apartment complex.
Okay. All right, chronologically, let's go back to Arctic footage. PM, 11/23/22.
Yes, that's correct.
What type of vehicle is that?
It's a Toyota Prius.
What is it flashing? It's flashers in front of?
In front of 110 Tremont Street.
We're in double speed call. Let's rewind that in normal speed.
So, Jason Chen arrives home via Uber.
Okay, we'll do regular speed here, Investigator Crawford.
Uber hits the emergency flashers, stops in the middle of the road.
What appears to be on that individual's head?
You can see what appears to be a light-colored hoodie, some sort of pullover top.
Back at one moment. Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor.
So, prosecution is done with the investigator finally. Judge calls for yoga break, and now we're going to move over to defense. Uber's not a sponsor. Sorry, you guys can continue doing your yoga. Somebody reached out to me about one of the items in the store and it's not working, so I'm trying to get that fixed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Investigator Crawford.
Good afternoon.
We're going to start from the beginning. So,
Good place to start.
November 26th is when CPD first became involved in this case, correct?
Correct.
We are on crossing.
And a phone call from the Pace family?
Correct. They called into Chattanooga Police Dispatch where within subsequent minutes call.
And was that specifically related to the vehicle that we've seen?
Correct.
And you were not involved at that point in time, but Officer Pierre was, correct?
That's right.
And from November 26th through November 27th, when did you actually become involved?
At 5:37 p.m. on the 27th was the first time I was notified about Jasmine Pace when I was texted by Detective Joseph Siege. Then approximately 30 minutes later, I was notified by my supervisor, Sergeant Henry, now Lieutenant Henry, notified me about the investigation, and that's when I was officially brought in to help assist.
So, was it your belief that Jasmine had been missing since November 23rd or the night of November 22nd?
At that point, I just had a basic understanding from what I was reported by Sergeant Henry.
And from November 22nd through November 27th, CPD had not been to Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
I do not believe that's been testified to.
When did you first go to Mr. Chen's apartment?
I first went to his apartment on the evening of the 27th.
Had other officers been there prior to your appointment?
Yes.
And who were those officers?
There was a lot. Are we talking inside of his apartment or out of his apartment complex?
Let's start. Are you aware of the first time that law enforcement went to Jason Chen's apartment after November 22nd, but prior to your arrival on the 27th?
Yes.
Who were the first officers to respond?
Officer Justice, Officer Braisted, and Officer Creighton.
And are they all three still employed with CPD?
No.
Which of those officers are not employed with CPD?
Officer Justice now works for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. And I'm pretty positive I had that interactions a little bit with Braisted and Creighton, but I'm so good they're employed with Chattanooga Police Department.
Now, when Officer Braisted and Creighton and Justice, were all three of them there at the same time at the case scene?
They did. They responded. They weren't in the same vehicle, so they responded within a few minutes of each other before they made contact with the Chattanooga Police.
And when they made contact with the Pace family at Mr. Chen's home, was it your understanding that the Pace family had already been into Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to do an interview with the Pace family?
I did.
And you learned that information from them, that they had been in Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
They also say that you've been in Mr. Chen's apartment in the body cam footage that's located on Officer Creighton's and Officer Brace's body-worn camera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review that?
Yes.
What date was that interaction with Officer Creighton, Braced, Justice, and the Pickles family?
It was on November 27th of 2022.
And body-worn camera is something that patrol officers wear, correct?
That is correct.
You as an investigator do not wear that.
No, I do not wear a body-worn camera.
And when officers respond to calls such as this, does that body-worn camera get uploaded into one of your evidence servers?
Yes, that's correct. Every video camera that records is automatically recorded, and as soon as it's docked, it automatically uploads to evidence.com. The officer has no way. Essentially, when you charge the device, it begins to upload the device.
So when Officer Pierre responds to the Mountain Creek Apartments, he had body-worn camera, he's a patrol officer, correct?
That's correct.
And it would have triggered to turn on at some point, correct?
That is correct.
And that would have been uploaded to evidence.com or something similar?
Yes, evidence.com.
And so the same is true for Officer Creighton, Officer Braisted, and Officer Justice, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And you did say you had the opportunity to review their body-worn camera?
Yes, I have.
And if you may have defense laptop. Actually, I'm going to
Yes, it's going to be the watermarked video footage that indicates that it's from an Axon body-worn camera, consistent with body-worn cameras that are police subject.
Okay, and specifically, what is the date on this, the date and time that are noted on this video?
It's November 27, 2022 at 05:27 a.m.
And we've heard a lot about timing on other videos. This is an accurate time marked on this video, correct?
That's correct.
So this would actually been taken at 5:27 in the morning.
Correct.
And you, at this point, do not know that this actually belongs to Officer Creighton, but you have seen this video in your case file, correct?
I have reviewed his camera footage.
Defense is really quiet.
Your Honor, is this video being with your evidence?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I would like to have this marked as the next exhibit, which I believe is 129. That's 130.
Is that a jump drive?
It is going to be a jump drive.
Okay, you're going to let follow it?
So no objection.
No objection, Judge.
Investigator Crawford, behind you on the screen, is this what I just showed you on the laptop?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and it's marked at the top of November 27th, 2022, timestamped at 5:27:59, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Plenty? Investigator Crawford, I'm just pausing for 1 moment. Did you notice the door at the front?
The one on the left-hand side of the video?
Yes.
Yes.
And what was the number on that?
210.
And that's your understanding that's Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recognize the individual that's here in the video?
That is Katrina Bean on the right-hand side.
And that would be Jasmine's mother, correct?
That is correct.
We're just going to make sure that, obviously there is no harm here. How's that writing food?
they've done a walkthrough. I believe you described it earlier as a shotgun layout of an apartment. So they have entered in through the living room, the kitchen area, through the bathroom. Where are they now?
One officer is in the single bedroom, and one officer from the view of the body camera is still standing within the bathroom area.
Okay. And what is the purpose of law enforcement walking into apartments like this?
Apartments like this?
This specific apartment, what was the basis for going there?
The basis, I did speak with some of those officers later on. One officer described, I can't recall which one, but one officer described that they were notified that family members of the victim were inside the residence, and that they had left the residence. They advised that because the door was unlocked, they entered the residence to make sure that no more family members were inside there. Was what my reported purpose.
So at this point, they're looking for family members.
Your Honor, I have to object at this point. It's just, it's all hearsay.
Okay.
Are you offering to treat my service?
Well, no, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you.
The officers that are inside are, who's in the background at this point?
I didn't see that part. Didn't see who was walking
Can you
in.
back up?
I would assume it's Braced if it's from the view of Creighton's body camera.
Can you see behind you now? We're at 528.
It appears to be Officer Braced.
And the bedroom is where they are, correct?
One is inside of the bathroom area and one is inside of the bedroom.
Let me clarify. Officer Braced is in the bedroom, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The bed is to the left. You can see that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On the bed, do you see a knife?
From the angle that we see, I do not see a knife.
Okay. You can play.
Person says spaces they're always covered or open. See that? Yeah. One here, there. Goes back to on the end table. So, get down here. That's definitely female. Yeah, I wish they hadn't done that. There's any pictures of him. There's her stuff.
Yeah, there's the wall. Holy cow.
Yeah. Don't look like they were in a hurry.
It's from magazines.
All lines up to low-ish is a driveway. Here. They're closing lines. Not a lot of paraphernalia here. Just that seems so far.
The entire wall is just covered.
Yeah.
saying, "Is she in there?"
And Mr. Proffer, who were the parties that were left in the hallway when the officers were exiting, or could you see them?
Very quick, I believe it was Katrina Bean and Travis Pace.
Her mom and dad. Right?
When did you do your interview with the Pace family?
My first interaction with the Pace family was at the Police Service Center on November 27, 2022, just after 7:30 p.m.
Was that AM or
p.m.?
And so going through, you get a phone call from, or a text, I believe you said, from Investigator Siege, 5:30 in the afternoon.
That's correct.
And how long, did you reach out to the Pace family and ask them to come to CPD?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I was notified that the first notification that I received, official notification, would have been through my supervisor, Henry, at the time. He reached out and said that missing persons was needing potential assistance in an investigation. That's when he disclosed it, and I knew what he was referring to based on my interaction with Detective Siege. We said that we would respond there to speak with missing persons investigators about potentially what type of, what kind of case they had at the time, what kind of evidence, what the family said, because it appeared up front that there may be suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. Once I arrived at the Police Service Center, whenever I spoke with Investigator Chen, was the first notification that I was notified that the Pace family was arriving at the Chattanooga Police Department. That's when I talked to Investigator Tumlin, and just after 7:30 p.m. is when I had first contact with Pace family.
Okay. And so when you get to the police department, you've met with Tumlin, had the missing persons department or unit, have they made any progress with attempting to locate Jones?
I would say that there wasn't much progress in the investigation at that point.
Have they conducted any other interviews with the Pace family, or was this the first one?
To my knowledge, they had an interaction over the phone. I don't know the exact details of what was said.
And when you are at CPD and you're meeting with the Pace family, have they indicated to you that they had been to Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, they did.
And they had told you that they had found the Chevy, correct?
Yes, they did.
At that point, had they been able to get her phone records from Verizon, Jasmine's phone records?
No, at that time they had made contact with Verizon to get her phone number switched over to a new device in an attempt to access her My Chevy app. But to my knowledge, they did not receive her full phone number to that time.
How long was the Pace family with you at CPD?
They approximately 7:30 p.m. is when they first arrived at the Chattanooga Police Department. Around 10 p.m., we requested to go to their residence at 5977 Old Dayton Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, to then, with their permission, document her primary residence and see if there's any evidence of her disappearance.
Were they being interviewed, or were you discussing things with them for that full 3 hours?
I wouldn't say full 3 hours, but the first hour and a half, there was continued questions and dialogue with the family. As I received the information, myself and Lieutenant Emery were asking the families different questions about what they discovered or different dynamics of the family. And I was relaying that information to Detective Siege, who was assisting with the investigation to help either preserve things. At a certain point, I requested that the location of 110 Tremont Street to be have patrol officers placed on that to make sure that we could attempt to secure it in lieu of getting a search warrant for that apartment.
When did you do that?
It was at approximately 8:10 to 8:20 p.m.
So, as of November 27th, 8 o'clock at night, the apartment had not been secured, even though law enforcement had been there the day before, correct?
The level of security I'm talking about is that attempt to have eyes on the apartment itself. To my knowledge on how the doors work at that apartment complex, they do automatically lock once pulled to. They also have a deadbolt function as well. It's not to my understanding how we treated it and how we encountered it, having to use a courtesy officer to use the key to get in the apartment. The level of security I'm talking about is the actual physically putting a patrol officer or patrol officers around the apartment to see, because we're looking for Jasmine, we're looking for potentially Jason at the time as a potential interview, we're looking for both their vehicles. So we're trying to see if any of those people were to come in or out of that apartment. So that's the level of security.
My question was, my question, Investigator Proffer, is, did CPD take any steps to actually preserve Mr. Chen's apartment after law enforcement left November 26th, other than sitting outside watching doors?
They shut the door.
Okay. But we know that the Pace family had gotten in and they were not residents there, correct?
Correct.
So there's no crime scene tape, there's no seals that are placed by CPD, correct?
No.
Okay.
Hunt lovers, welcome to the gallery.
When did you get your search warrant?
The search warrant was signed off just before 11 p.m. I was notified by Detective Siege that magistrate had signed a search warrant granting access into the search and seizure of apartment 2 and 10 at 110 Tremont Street. After being notified, I subsequently called Officer Clemens to have him respond there because he has the master key to the apartment. He responded, and once he responded, then we executed that search warrant.
How many times have individuals been into the property to your knowledge prior to the search warrant being executed on you? Let's slow down. We know at least 2 officers are in the video, Officer Creighton and Officer Brainstorming, correct?
Correct.
You have been indicated by the Pace family that they have been in how many times?
I believe for sure twice by their statements. Some of the recollection, whether it was 2 or 3 times during that first interview as well.
And how many of the Pace family members have went into the apartment to your knowledge?
At that time, I was notified there would have been 3 family members and a family friend.
So 4 individuals plus at least 2 CPD officers?
Yes, that's correct.
6 individuals?
Correct.
Typically, in a potential crime scene, is there a crime scene log and it indicates who all's been in the apartment, or who was in the apartment in this situation? Was there one done for this?
Yes.
Did it note that the Pace family members have been in prior to law enforcement, or does it just start once you've established the crime scene?
The crime scene log is not in place until we've established the crime scene location. It wasn't until the homicide unit was brought to the investigation and going over the details of the case that we deemed apartment 210 to be a potential crime scene location at that time.
So you testified earlier, I'm going to pull up, may I have the element here? I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 42 at the state. This is as soon as you're walking into Mr. Chen's apartment, right? To the right of his door.
Yes, that is correct.
The general had asked you when you walked into his apartment if you were able to smell marijuana.
That's
you
correct.
indicated no, correct?
That's correct.
At this point in time, what is now? Let's ask this. How long had it been since Mr. Chen had been in the apartment at the time you entered your search warrant?
I had no idea.
Now you know, correct?
That's correct.
Had it been at least 5 days?
No.
4 or 5 days?
No.
How long had it been?
Based on my knowledge, I believe that he essentially entered that apartment less than a few hours from his photograph.
What do you base your knowledge on?
Cell phone record?
Does the cell phone record actually show him in the apartment or in Chattanooga?
the general area of the apartment.
Does it show him in actually 108 or 110 Tremont like it had for Jasmine Heights?
No, it just, throughout the investigation, phone records have been correlated multiple times based on the other video footage. So I based it on the high probability that throughout the investigation, when he arrived to a location where we had video footage, subsequently we were able to track that phone and send to one location. In this specific case, I did not see him on video footage, but his phone tracks back to the area. That's what I was basing on.
Did you go back through the Arctic cameras to see if his car was located like you did on the 22nd or the 23rd?
Yes.
Did you see him at the apartment on the 28th?
I did not see his vehicle.
Did you see him enter the apartment from Tremont at all on any video?
I could not 100% identify anyone.
So you're speculating that he was there, possibly hours before you executed the search warrant, correct?
Just saying his cell phone was in the area a few hours prior.
But nothing that actually shows that, correct?
Besides the cell phone records, no.
Which doesn't indicate that he's actually within Tremont, correct?
No, it just puts him in the general area.
Okay. So I'll have you look behind you here, and I'm going to zoom in over to the desk here.
Okay, we're seeing the wall now.
Could you tell me what's on the table?
There are multiple objects on the table.
Bong or water pipe or something?
What are they?
Starting from the right, there appears to be a bottle of hand sanitizer. There appears to be a bong-style device that could be used to smoke hemp, THC, HHC, any type of weed product. Appears to be some lotion, 2 glass containers. Gets further in, kind of gets jumbled in. There's a box of Band-Aids, a computer monitor, a speaker.
Okay. And the bong that you're talking about, is that the glass device that says Boss on it?
Yes, it's this object right here.
It's a Boss bong.
Was there any other indication of marijuana within the apartment?
I did not observe, I didn't have any smell. I don't believe I observed shake. I don't recall any other signs of marijuana inside the apartment.
I'm going to take you to State's Exhibit 83.3. You've indicated here that these items were located at the dumpster outside of Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were these items actually recovered by CPD, placed in the property?
Yes.
Were those items sent off for testing?
These specific items, no.
Do you have anything that indicates that any of these items belong to Jasmine Case?
No, we had not received testing due to TBI.
Now, earlier you had mentioned the pants had potential blood stains. The sanitary napkin was similar possibly to one that's recovered in the inmate's office, but nothing in your investigation has shown you that any of this stuff belongs to this case, correct?
No, it's not direct.
Who actually retrieved the items from outside the dumpster for CPD?
It would be Investigator Johnson with the Crimes Unit was the one that documented, and Investigator Brown was there. At that point, whenever I notified them of those objects and they responded to then do the collection further, I was there for the photographs, but I was not there for the collection. I would assume it would be Investigator Johnson.
We're going to go back into the apartment. What did the search warrant allow for you to start off at this town? Thank you. When you were executing the search warrant, what did the search warrant allow for you to do?
It allowed us to enter the residence. It allowed us to collect items of evidence that were listed on the search warrant itself. So essentially allowed us to enter the apartment. It allowed us to essentially search and look for evidence. And evidence is located in Suitcase.
And earlier you testified that you saw blood.
Correct.
And where did you see that?
We're around the apartment.
And specifically, you said to the what was the term you used about the actual way that you saw it originally, without any lighting, without any chemicals?
It was dark.
You saw spatter somewhere, correct?
Correct. I used for the initial walkthrough, I did utilize a flashlight. It was low light in the apartment at the time. I utilized my personal flashlight to see the blood, the represented blood at the time.
Did you ever bring in any auxiliary lighting to have additional lighting in the apartment?
The crimes unit did bring in some of their own auxiliary lighting, but it wasn't lighting we typically need for a room like that.
And when the Blue Star was administered, it showed traces of blood in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
Specifically, after using the Blue Star, were you able to notice anything about the directions of the blood marks?
They're multi-directional.
Okay. Specifically how?
How?
Yes.
Swirls. Like it's been wiped.
There's several different things. In the directions of it, you have in the living room area, you can see a potential footprint that shows a direction. The flooring itself, it's because of how concentrated it is. It's hard to tell directional because it's essentially the photographs will never do justice in terms of what you visually see in terms of Blue Star because of how you have to capture it at such low light. As we saw, there was difficulty in the two different screens and showing its ability to show that the luminescent light and color. So it's hard to tell what the bigger quantities. I can tell you that there was also reactions on the walls, which showed a downward trajectory running downwards.
Was there any indication that individuals have walked through the blood and contaminated the other portions of the apartment?
There was evidence that someone was walking in blood, yes.
And you don't know who that was?
No, I can just tell you about what the incident looked like.
Did anything about the directionality of the testing that you have tell you anything specifically about the case?
Yes.
Once you completed the Blue Star, did you complete a Castle Meyer testing within the home?
I requested for Castle Meyer testing to be done on specific areas throughout the apartment. Some areas were positive, some areas were negative.
What is Castle Meyer testing for the benefit of the jury?
Castle Meyer testing is essentially it's testing done to suspected blood. I will butcher the chemical that's used. I believe it is phenolphthalein. It's a chemical substance that's applied with a hydroxide.
I happen to have some in my closet.
That essentially makes a chemical reaction with the substance that you applied to suspected blood. If it's positive, it gives you a pink substance that shows you a presumptive positive test for blood.
And did you conduct a control test before administering it to the apartment?
We control test Castle Meyer.
Yes.
I don't conduct any of those testings.
Were you present when this was done?
I was not present for the Castle Meyer testing. I requested to be done. I got notified about different places specifically, and the Castle Meyer test wasn't done on the larger sections of suspected blood due to how obvious it was.
Who did do the Castle Meyer testing?
I'm not sure. I was requested to the crime scene and alluded to crime scene investigators that were there was crime scene investigator Johnson and crime scene investigator Brown.
And were their reports submitted?
Yes.
As part of your case file?
Yes.
But you don't recall which of them did it?
I don't recall.
But somebody did do it, correct?
I know that Kasselmeyer testing was conducted in this business.
What date was it that you went to Nolensville?
The first date that I arrived in Nolensville would have been on the November 29th, 2022. I arrived in Nolensville at around 11:40 p.m.
And you, when the state had asked you earlier, you were asked to describe Mr. Chen's demeanor. You described him as defensive and calm.
Correct.
Is it your testimony that he was both?
Yes.
What was specifically, had you met Jason Chen before that day?
No, I've never met him.
Had you had any conversations with him prior to being in Nolensville?
No.
So do you know if this demeanor was out of character for him?
No. Counsel President.
Judge calls it audible right here. Says break. It might be a good time for a break for the jury. One of the things the judge does is keep an eye on the jury just to see if anyone's dozing off or looking antsy or checking their watch a lot or bouncing in their chair or giving the universal sign for I'm about to have an accident. Might have just been checking to see how much is left on this line of questioning.
I may have the elmo back on once again. Investigator Proffer, just to clarify something, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. This is the photograph that you have described as Jason Chen and his father in the doorway at the Nolensville home, correct?
Correct.
When you were testifying earlier, you said that he was walking away. Was he trying to leave you, or was he placing his jacket on because he was living with you?
We allowed him, there was inclement weather at the time that we made contact with the Chen family. He requested to grab a jacket and shoes, which we walked with him, but we allowed him to.
Okay. So he wasn't leaving?
No, he wasn't walking away from the conversation.
When he was taken to Nolensville, were you still in Nolensville, or were you back in Chattanooga?
I was, the entire time that he was at the Nolensville Police Department, I was still in Nolensville.
Who were the other investigators that were there with you?
Detective Siege, Detective Slaughter, and Sergeant Miller. Those were the ones that checked police homicide division.
And when you at some point you're requesting phone records related to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, we may turn that off. Jason's phone was recovered in Nolensville, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we were able to do a forensic download on that phone, correct?
That's correct.
Did you also obtain phone records from T-Mobile?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's who Jason's provider was, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
When did you receive those phone records?
We received those phone records, it's two parts. Part of the phone records is historical data, and then the other part was the real-time ping location data from T-Mobile to provide updated locations but not historical data. We started receiving his phone records on the late evening hours of the 28th, but they were only real-time ping locations and not historical data to include call records and text messages.
And to clarify, you mean November 28th, the day after, or the day of your search warrant?
Correct.
Okay.
November 28th is the first part we start receiving real-time ping locations, and it's not until December 1st, around 8 o'clock in the morning, that we receive the rest of the historical data for Jason Chen's other T-Mobile.
Now, did you receive text messages for Jason's phone?
We received the call record detail with text message logs.
And the text message logs would include any individual that committed texting, correct?
That were texting via certain services. I can't say any because with iMessages, you have the ability to communicate via Wi-Fi and it's not recorded through your network. So whatever was based on his cellular provider's records, so using their towers through their service, would allow those text messages to be transmitted because there's ways that you could essentially text via iMessage over Wi-Fi that you don't need your cell phone provider.
Did you receive messages that showed that Jason and Jasmine have had a number of conversations?
I did observe different things that said they had conversations.
In the records that you got from T-Mobile, correct?
Yes, T-Mobile did indicate they had conversations.
Do you recall approximately how long those conversations had been going on?
From his phone records?
Yes.
His phone records were only for about a week time frame, so I believe it goes back just a few days prior to her disappearance.
Which of the investigators with CPD requested the records from T-Mobile?
Detective Oakley in the homicide unit actually submitted the search warrant for Jason Chen's records from T-Mobile.
And he's still with the homicide unit within CPD?
Yes, he is.
I'm going to go through back to the apartment. You went back through in January of 2023, correct, for your second walkthrough?
That's correct.
What was the purpose of that? Just because the lighting was different?
I had beliefs at the time, different circumstances around the investigation, that we hadn't had potential further testing done on certain things. I was still attempting to get into other technologically related instead of reviewing video footage. I had a belief based on the photographs we were originally taken that there was a potential chance that furniture had been moved prior to my arrival at the apartment and the execution of the search warrant. I wanted to go back to see if this thing's confirmed, and also wanted to see it potentially, knowing that a lot of times when a crime like this has been committed at a location, for them to have the potential ability to rent that apartment out again, they'll do a complete renovation, which I know that sometimes, you know, ripping up hardwood floors or breaking out drywall, it could potentially deliver further evidence when somebody's shown a pattern of attempting to cover up evidence. I thought there may have been chances that further evidence may have been covered up in this time.
And when you went back in January, were there individuals from CSU or crime scene there with you?
Yes.
How many individuals were there with you when you went back?
2.
Now, I know earlier you mentioned that Blue Star was done, the Castlemeyer testing was done originally in November, correct? Are you aware if there was any additional testing that was done in January?
Such as Blue Star or Castlemeyer?
Yes, or like the crystal violet, the Lugo crystal violet, any of the additional testing done then?
No, most of the flooring was already started to be taken up. Things had already been started to remove. So we took the larger items which showed evidence of potential blood.
Now, in November, are the only testings that you're aware of being conducted by someone on your team, being either the Blue Star or the Castlemeyer? Was there any additional testing done, such as the crystal violet, or that would have potentially caused spillover for the substance to get larger?
To get larger?
To spread, to run?
There was no further anything applied to that apartment, to my knowledge, in terms of the testing methods after we cleared that apartment on November 28th.
And so no further testing was done on January. It was just pulling up, right?
It's possible that the Castlemeyer may have been performed at that time based on the fabric located on the bed, but it's a small droplet model. I'm not aware of the result.
Were you present the entire time that CSU was in the apartment in January? Or did you leave?
There was times that I was speaking with management there on scene while crime scene was doing documentation. So I can't say that I watched the crime scene the entire time.
Now, a few moments ago when we were talking about the Blue Star testing,
Correct.
you had mentioned footprints. At least one. Where was that footprint?
In the living room area, on the floor.
Was that the only footprint that you observed in the Blue Star testing?
In the Blue Star testing, I believe that the one section after it was Blue Star testing was conducted after swabs were taken of the suspected blood. We typically will take the swabs of those things first for the proper collection prior to testing being done for the potential chance of dilution or anything else. So we documented, we photographed, we collected, and then Blue Star was administered. Search warrant began at 23:45 or 11:45 p.m. on November 27th, and it's not until approximately 7 a.m. the next morning when Blue Star was closed.
From your review, did you see more than one print throughout the apartment, or just one?
I believe I at least did.
Were they the same or different?
They were different footprints based on that it wasn't the same one. Only thing I can tell is one had about 3/4 of what appears to be the bottom of an unchewed footprint. You can tell based on prior to the Blue Star being administered that it did not appear to be a footprint that was bare skin. Based on the interaction on the ground, it appears based on the smudging that it appeared that the individual that created that footprint on the ground would have been wearing socks of some sort. And then there was another heel print, which was harder to tell based on the smudging. So I would say that there's potentially two different locations where footprints, presumable blood, was later confirmed, were there. I couldn't tell the individual.
Investigator Crawford, I've known you for a long time. So, correct?
Correct.
In this investigation, when you were doing an interview with the pay scan, there was a statement that you made about doing whatever you could to solve this.
Your
case.
objections, hearsay.
She's asking for the witness by his own statement. Is that correct?
It is.
What you're saying?
Our court statement made for the truth of the matter, sir.
I mean, I don't think she's not offering like a recording. I think it's the impeachment procedure. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first step would be her asking you to make the statement. Then you can renew your objection later if other voices are part of the statement. But at this point,
You made a statement about doing what you have to, specifically even tarnishing your entire investigation if it meant saving someone's life. Do you recall making that statement?
Not in that wording, but I did speak to him.
Would it help you if I showed you a transcript of that recording?
I mean, the transcript could potentially help. I believe I remember.
Going for a little impeachment here. While she gets that ready, I know we're Pickles, not politics, but as I've been monitoring the fire situation in LA, the LA City Council meeting just went full circus with the guy in a Santa hat and a puppet and a very foul mouth taking some time. Oh my goodness. My goodness. LA City Clerk has the live stream of that. It was about, 5 minutes ago. He pretty much dropped the bomb in reference to everyone on City Council, accused them all of corruption, was about as racist and slanderous and libelous as you can possibly be. I don't know how he's not sued on 7 different fronts. But no, I don't think I can. I don't think I can show that. It was so bad, and everyone was ignoring him. He was up there with his puppet talking. Everyone ignores him. It's on YouTube. I'll send you a link to. Okay, I'll warn you. This guy is got a mouth and a half. I was only listening with one ear, so I can't even tell you what he was talking about or who he was for. But that's the channel and the video. You'll have to go back a little bit, just a couple minutes. They're in a break right now. Broken BB. I think I just found it. I'm in LA, and he's probably correct. He's at every meeting with his puppet, and he talks that way every time. Oh, my goodness. This is the first time I've ever seen him. It's all about Pickles, but... Potential impeachment here about something he said I would do, whatever it takes, is sort of the line that the defense is cross-examining the lead investigator on here. He made some sort of comment that basically said, I'll do whatever I have to in a previous statement, which looks bad. It's like, hey, well, it makes it look like the ends justifies the means, right? And you don't want that, where rules are very important.
It says inaudible based on the statement I was providing.
It says inaudible. That's why he smiled.
So I believe the portion on page... Did you make a statement that you would have, if you had to tarnish your entire investigation to save someone's life, you would do that?
To save someone's life, our job as police officers is preservation of life first. Obviously, criminal investigation is not as important as a person's life.
And in the same interview, you've learned that the Pace family has been into Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Correct.
Did you advise them to not go back?
We advised them after our interaction with the Pace family that we were taking over the investigation. We asked for their family to step back from the investigation and let the homicide unit go forth with the investigation. We tried to instill whatever confidence we could provide with the family. As a homicide detective, I have a tough job of sitting across from parents and having to work through those things. So I was trying to do whatever I could to potentially instill confidence in them, to give them some peace of mind, even though my gut feeling said otherwise.
Were there errors made in this case?
There's human errors and everything.
Were there a lot made in this case?
I don't believe so.
Do you believe that the crime scene was pristine when you got there on November 28th and executed your search warrant?
No, the only way a crime scene can be foreseen is if we have full control of that scene from the beginning.
Do you agree that there were items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment prior to your involvement?
Yes.
And those items have been recovered from where?
The items, multiple locations.
What all was recovered from Miss Bean's house?
There were small travel makeup bag. There were the victim's identification card. There were credit cards, miscellaneous cards. There were cellular devices, an iPad, and some miscellaneous clothes. There was also folders of paperwork, binders. There was a trash bag. There was a black duffel bag, and an Xbox.
And all of that was recovered from the residence of the Bean, correct?
That's correct.
In the video that I showed you at the beginning of Officer Creighton's body cam, when the officers walked into the apartment, Jasmine Pace's identifications are there on the table, correct?
That's correct.
But they weren't when you went in to execute your search warrant, correct?
That's correct.
They were already removed from the property and at Jasmine's mother's home, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that items have been taken from the crime scene prior to you executing your search warrant?
Yes.
And I'm going to have one moment just to go through the list.
Is that all they have from the events? That's not a lot of time spent on this witness, lead investigator. Basically, they've said the crime scene was not pristine. We know that. They tried to say there were mistakes made in the case. We know that. There are mistakes in every case. Very few crime scenes are pristine. Should get a break here within the next half hour. A couple of you pointed out the interesting dichotomy that exists with defense both admitting their client killed the victim and also trying to attack the investigation. Carter, we're almost done with this guy. There might be some redirect. There might be a little more across. But we're almost done with the lead investigator. Hopefully the next one talks into the mic.
Give me just a second.
I think it's a bit
Had a bit of a malfunction over here. They should reset that.
Okay.
So I'll make that one too.
1:30.
Yeah, you made an exhibit already. That was it. That's the last one, right?
Yes.
Second, General, make sure we're back on the record.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
In case the record was silent in the last exchange, the defense attorney, Ms. Morrison, ended her cross-examination.
Thank you. Just a couple more questions, investigator. You refreshed your recollection with your transcript
And Ms. Morrison asked you questions regarding life. Let's see.
This is redirect.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. What does that mean?
Saving someone's life. Our job's not, I would say that most officers that I interact on a daily basis are first responders or medical professionals. We're there to save people, not just investigate. We put that above.
Would you trespass into a building if you believed that someone was in danger in that building?
I risk my life to save someone else's.
That was really good.
There you go.
You recross.
I may have a moment.
So if she wants some mileage out of this, she could ask him, would you lie under oath to save a life? That's as far as you can get. This is just stalling.
Investigator Proffer. General just asked you specifically about the preservation of life statement first and foremost. No one disagrees with you there, correct? Did you make, in discussing tarnishing the investigation, were there statements made about the criminal investigation potentially getting thrown out if you had to jump through hoops in order to do that preservation of life?
For the continuance of the entire thing, I did say that preservation of life is first and foremost. If the criminal investigation got thrown out, essentially, because I was going to save someone's life, that was first. But I guess what's not in the transcript, which should be in the audio, is that I stop myself and say within the law.
Would you like me to play that audio?
Oh, zing, zing. Now the lead investigator, because it was a stupid statement to make, right? To say I'd do anything to save a life. I'd break the law. Now he says the transcript doesn't have it. It says inaudible. But in the audio, if you listen to it, I said I'd do anything within the law to save a life. And she says, oh, really? We've got the tapes. We've got the tapes. Yeah, juror questions. I forgot about those. He's not done yet. Judge says, yeah, come on up. Everyone needs to be there, but she's talking already. There was a little squirm there when she said, do you want, oh yeah, can we play the tapes? We're hoping the next witness uses the microphone. That would be wonderful. Let's see, mod chat. Let's see. Okay, I haven't. Samantha's threatening to quit. Josh is trying to get me to do something. I'm not sure what's happening. Samantha, don't quit. Don't quit. I think she's joking. I hope she's joking. Where would we be without Samantha? You did miss something big right here, Missy. This particular portion, this is the very end, right? We've had direct, we've had cross, we've had redirect, and now we're in recross. On cross, we had a little attempt at impeachment of the lead detective, and it didn't go well. But then they sort of doubled down on recross, and they're fighting, I think, right now to see if they could play the audio of a previous court a hearing where the detective was under oath and made that statement, the statement about I would do anything, to save a life. And he's saying that the detective is saying that when he said it, it didn't show up on the transcript, but he said I would do anything within the law to save a life. And she's saying, nope, that's not what you said before. This is all they can do to say, look, you're willing to fudge things, you're willing to lie, you're willing to break the rules to get your conviction.
A little after, it's like 3:19, about time for a mid-afternoon break. We'll take that now. Have you back probably about 15 minutes when that clock says it's 3:35.
I agree. It doesn't matter. They stopped at 6 yesterday. Oh, went forever. It was a stupid remark he made, and it's costing him right here. They're getting the tape ready. They are going to play it back. Jury's out of the room as they're prepping this audio to impeach the lead investigator on a little nothing comment. It was stupid, but I would do anything to save a life within the law, supposedly. We're listening for that, whether within the law exists.
Sir? Bring it back over to the one have the proceedings on the record. Yes, Judge.
Right now, the issue that's at play is credibility. Could they show the jury that this detective has lied under oath? That's big. That's big. I don't think it'll have any mileage. He's not going to get charged with perjury or something. But it would be a minor win for them if they can get that. They already know they're taking a loss on this case. It's just whether or not they go with first degree or not. It's all about the premeditation. That's the only thing the jury has left to decide. They've literally admitted everything else. He has a big smile on his face now. Well, he's probably got an answer. I mean, if they're going to play a recording of a court proceeding, and they're going to find that they can hear about as well as we can, which is not very good, right? These court recordings are terrible. They're probably just good enough for the court recorder to be able to pick out the words and type it up a transcript. And the fact that already right at this point in the transcript, it says something about inaudible. I'm not expecting this to be like pristine audio, hearing somebody, on tape, impeaching themselves or it's not going to be there. But a little discredit to make the state look shady. Maybe if there's enough doubt there, then the jury might say, okay, we can't really trust everything the state says. I'm not sure when they tell us about this premeditation stuff if that was really there or not, because they lied about one thing. That's all they can do. Rona, yeah, I can't play that on my channel. He's got a foul mouth there. Apparently, I learned this today. He does that in every city council meeting. That is just gold. That is amazing. I had somebody text me from Germany saying, I'm German, had no idea that we are, basically holding an asset that could save the firefighters. A lot of work. Hey. Golden Girl, I agree. I don't think this will make a difference in the long run. Play the tape. It may or may not sound like he says anything within the law. I don't think, for me, it doesn't change anything. Brown Barn, I do have puppets. I have finger puppets and hand puppets. I just don't have room around my desk to... Oh. My daughter's like, speak of asking shall receive. I have puppets that can... I'm just not very good at functioning the mouth bit. I'm terrible at puppets, really. And I don't do voices very well. Rona, the link for the video, it's just LA County Clerk is the account. It's the LA City Clerk, I think. It's just their latest video that's live currently. But you have to go back before the break. Any idea what the difference is in sentencing between premeditated and not? Yes. John, if it's premeditated and the jury finds him guilty, it's life in prison without parole. If it's not premeditated, then it's, involuntary manslaughter, and then you've got a much lower sentence and the possibility of parole. I need to head down to my city council. I've got a puppet. I should head down. Tell everybody about the Germans. Yeah, I don't remember if it was city or county. Obviously, county is much bigger than city, but I don't remember which one we were watching. Or we didn't watch it. Which one I was watching. Yes, everyone wants the... Okay. LA City Clerk is the link. It's live right now. It's called Regular City Council 1/14/2025. Timestamp on that one is negative 32 minutes ago. Let's see. Yeah, it was about 31, 32 minutes ago. He walks up to the little stage with the little red clock on the desk with a red Santa hat on. So by my timestamp, it's showing 31 minutes ago. All right, Mr. Spindley was the last speaker before the new stream. Yeah, Mr. Spindley apparently is the guy with the puppet. Jessica, how do you prove premeditated? It is difficult to prove, possibly why they're not going for the death penalty in this case. His actions afterwards show a lot of his intent that he wanted to do this and get away with it. He goes to LAPD meetings too. Does the same thing. They must love him. Man. A serving platter. It's a beautiful one. I would eat chips and salsa off that for sure. Karen wants to know what's currently happening. We're currently in a break. The judge has authorized an afternoon break for the jury. We think also during this time that the defense is lining up the audio, possibly video, but the audio of a previous hearing where the investigator under oath made a comment about he would do anything to save a life. Okay, now that the game's over, I can say apparently Samantha and Josh were doing everything they could to get as many likes as possible on the stream. And it looks like we've got them all the way up to 555 is what I'm showing. So I realize I can cheat because I've got like the bully pulpit. But let me just take an opportunity to say, if you do enjoy the channel, if you do like watching this, it's free. And one of the best things you can do to help the channel is to click the like button. It helps YouTube inform other people like you about us and helps us bring people in, and that sure helps. It's wonderful. It makes it all possible. But Josh and Samantha, thank you very much. I didn't want to step in there in the middle of the contest, so. We always have a goal of trying to get to 1,000 likes, which means we have enough people here right now to do it. We are halfway there. Well, we're actually 6/10 of the way there. That's what, 3/5 by my math. We're just over 600 likes. And if we get to 1,000, good things happen. Good things happen. Apparently, Josh was going to do like membership gifting or something. I don't remember. I don't remember what he was going to do. He was going to give away a bunch of memberships or something. Let's see if the judge is ready for us to...
Can you bring out Chen when his attorneys are ready?
Yes, sir. Judge, you'd like to let them know you're...
Yes.
So less than half of you clicked the like button. If you have not, you know who you are. Groovy Cheryl. We appreciate people not making fun of a disaster. Our legislatures do not wear Santa outfits, and female representation would have been availed to any state that invited them to do so. So don't be jealous. Groovy Cheryl. We're not making fun of the disaster. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. But he was a licensed attorney. We're 17 away from 700 likes. Is there any truth to the rumor that by clicking the like button, it keeps the ads away? Asking for a friend. Patricia Cisco, member for 16 months. Congratulations. Thank you very much, Patricia. Wouldn't have been the same here without you. Amber, I'm not going to comment on that one. I saw it. I'm not sure what your algorithm looks like to get recommendations like that one. I will say this morning, YouTube did not give me the option to tell it not to put ads on the video. Normally I have to, every single time we start, I have to say, do not automatically roll mid-roll ads. I've told it I don't want it. I've told my YouTube manager, partner manager, that I don't want ads. I want a setting where I could just turn them off and leave them off. Oh, he comes in by himself. Well, there's the bailiff. Bailiff was just a couple steps behind. But this morning was a little different. It didn't give me that. And a couple people did report that they were getting a lot of ads, so I'm hoping YouTube is not changing the policy. I don't like watching court and being interrupted by an ad, and I don't think you would either. So we don't do ads during our lives. Now, in return for that, I would ask that you do like the channel. That would be wholly appropriate. Looks like she is going to play it. Not sure if the jury's here yet. As a matter of fact, I don't think they are. They wouldn't have seen him walk in. Joanne C., member for 1 month. Thank you very much. And look at that. Josh is giving away 10 memberships. A 10 membership gift pack. Just like that. Thank you, Josh. Liking does improve your chances of receiving a gifted membership. That I can tell you is true. Defense is still trying to impeach the investigator. This is on recross, challenging him when he said in a previous recording that the... Here we go.
The jury is out, so that you can listen to this based on what you state. So we're going to play the section that I've been talking about in the transcript for you to listen to. If you can't hear it or if you need to rewind, just let me know.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. If we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen.
So you had mentioned that there was an indecipherable or something of that context right there. Were you talking about somewhere different?
Per the transcript itself, it has an inaudible.
That's further down.
Correct.
On the page.
Yeah,
so
my statement is in reference to the entirety of the statement from the beginning of when I mentioned it to the end when I concluded with preservation of life first and foremost. On that paper, there's an inaudible statement for the wording on the paper.
Would you like us to keep playing till we get to the end of that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
You want me to start over?
Start it back with the preservation of life.
Preservation of life is first and foremost. If we have to tarnish our entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen. And if we have to say that the criminal investigation is thrown out because we have to jump through hoops, and ultimately things happen where we basically don't hold the wall, but we skip through hoops instead of hoops.
I remembered it, the wording differently, but it says, of course, we're going to follow the law.
Okay, you hear, of course, we're going to follow the law.
Of course, we're going to follow the law. Super T, thanks for gifting 5 memberships as well.
I think the witness answered sufficiently on your cross to explain. I don't think there's a need to play it.
The judge says that was a nothing burger.
When they're ready. Yes, sir.
jury entering.
You will bring the jury.
Thank you, Judge Newman. Get a rare look at the family here representing Jasmine, supporting the prosecutors who are seeking for justice for Jasmine. Marty Herford gifted a membership as well. Congratulations, Rachel, the recipient of that one. And thank you, Marty. If they just leave it right like that, I think the jury is left with a bad impression of the investigator.
Excuse me.
Please be seated.
Investigator Crawford, before we took the break, General Law had talked to you about preservation of life first and foremost. And once more, did you make the statement, if you have...
Let me hear the question first. Maybe.
If you have to tarnish the entire investigation to save someone's life, that's what's going to happen.
Objection asked and answered.
Suspended.
No further questions for this witness.
Can you read the rest?
No, Your Honor.
They leave it at that?
Does the jury have any questions for Investigator Crawford?
Hang on, the judge found his microphone? Just now? 2 days into trial?
Which one is it? You keep writing.
I'm with you.
Gather up the papers, take them to the judge. The judge will go over them with both prosecution and defense, and then ask the appropriate ones to the witness. Blackbird Snark gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Blackbird. Boba Fett is the winner. Both defense, both on the defense team, both Mr. Weiss and Mrs.
Felix, you want to bring those up?
Morrison?
If you want to. Felix, bring them
Super
up.
quiet.
That's the written. Counsel approach.
Okay, mics are turned off while they do a bench conference to review the questions that were asked by the jury. We're all the way up to 787 likes. That's 220 or 213 away from our goal for the day. I think I can make. Can I make a goal for likes? Pick a goal. Oh, the goal's only for super chats. I thought I could set a goal for likes. That would have been cool. Blackbird Snark, thank you very much. I'm saving my like for an individual recognition and a prize. Thank you. Was that her dad? I believe her dad is in the courtroom. Has not been called as a witness. Her mom has. She was the first witness in this trial. And she did a really good job. Donna Barry, I will have to say, Puppet Man was much more entertaining, if you don't mind the language. But There's a little bit of spice at the end, a little bit of fire, sort of a nothing burger. It fizzled at the very end, but it looked for a moment that the lead detective was going to be impeached slightly. How do you get slightly impeached? It's either a yes or no thing, right? You guys say that same puppet guy shows up at the LA Police Commission meetings? Do they edit him out? Because it looks like they take down their videos and then they repost them as an upload. I wonder if they edit him out. It's wild. Josh, Samantha, thank you very much. Appreciate the likes. We're all the way up to 830 likes. We'd love to get it to 1,000. I normally don't ask for them. Night. I have to cite. Oh, let's see. This is a movie reference. Let's see if you get this one. Ligano, illigano, 'tis gray area. What movie was that? I'll give you a hint. It has a lot of ice in it. No. My accent is terrible. Good guess, but no. This is Ice Age? No, not that much ice. Less ice than that. It's Ligano. Legal, illegal. It's gray area. Better question, what accent was that? My best impersonation. Jennifer Cochran Fent just gave 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Jennifer. It's an ice skating movie. It's an ice skating movie. I think it's like a romantic comedy. Well, I don't know what it is. It's probably not a romantic comedy, but Cutting Edge. That's it. EJF. Nailed it. Skates of Fire, Blades of Glory. These are all, I think it's Cutting Edge. It could be any one of those 3. Toe Pick. Yeah, that's the one. Whatever one the Toe Picks is from. That's the movie. What would you call that movie? Would you call that a romantic comedy? That's the Cutting Edge. Okay. I got my reference right. It's always good that I get it right. It's a rom-com. Well, I've watched it with Mrs. R.A., so that's why I think it's a romantic comedy. So let's see. Let me spoil the movie for you. Figure skater needs a partner. Hockey skater comes in to be the partner. They hate each other to begin with. They end up liking each other. And competing and doing really well and winning because they do this super dangerous move where he basically grabs her by one ice skate blade and bounces her head off the ice in a circle. That's what would happen if it went badly. Her head's just above the ice as he spins her around by her ankle or something. It's like Dirty Dancing on Ice, says Zimmy. That's the one. It's a Hallmark movie. Say it again. It goes like this. The actual saying is, Legano, illegano, tis gray area. That's how he says it. That's a recording. It's that exact. Blades of Glory is basically the comedy remake of that movie. Haven't seen that one. Back when we rented movies, I'm still carrying my Blockbuster video card in my wallet. Aren't you all? Let's see where we have it. It's right back here for easy convenience. There it is. I probably still have some rewards, like a free rental or something on it. I'll save that. Don't want to lose that. For breaking into houses. Yes, that's why I have it.
Investigator, the jury has some questions. I'm going to ask them if you can just face them. Was the apartment locked when you executed the search warrant of Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, the apartment, we used a master key to enter the apartment, so it was locked due to the use of key to enter.
The juror's question is, how was the body located? That will be explained further by another witness. Was the knife on the bed tested or taken for evidence?
Yes, the knife was taken. It was inspected. To my knowledge, the Castlemeyer test was conducted on it, presumptive blood test, and it did not have a presumptive blood. Also, that knife was also provided to the medical examiner's office for their examination to see if it was consistent with what we were looking at.
Any fingerprint testing done on it?
On the knife, they inspected They inspected the knife for potential ridge detail with fingerprints. To my knowledge, I don't believe fingerprints were located.
Were any broken glass or shards found in Jason's apartment?
There were, under the futon area of the apartment, there were small little micro glass that was there, very small fragments.
Were any wine bottles found either full or empty in Jason's apartment?
Jury's paying attention.
Photographs that documented a few wine bottles were sitting in the off to the kitchen area. There was a cabinetry area.
This is a long question, so if you want me to reread it, ask for a number of things. We have the photos pulled up, by the way, the dumpster.
Yes, Your Honor, I have the dumpster photo pulled up. If you'll just DVD.
Yeah,
It would be State's Exhibit 83-2 and 83-3. This would be 83-3.
All right. Let's go take a look at that photo. On the photo of the white shoes beside the dumpster, what is the green item that resembles a purse and the white item that resembles a disposable camera?
The green item at the top is like a plastic style lid. It is not a purse. The other, which I'm not exactly, could you read the part about the camera?
Next to the shoe.
White item that resembles a disposable camera.
I don't see an item that exposes in the picture. There is an air freshener plug-in, and you can see the base of the actual dumpster there. There's a silver portion there, along with the wheel. Only thing I observed white, there's like a tear-off tag, maybe a piece of paper, the white shoes, sanitary pad, women's underwear, and the other dumpster.
So I think you answered this question. Don't ask it anyway, but I think that's the answer to this question. What is the item that resembles a phone protruding from the blue item in the upper left corner. That's actually, I think you said a wheel.
It's the top of a metal bracket to a wheel. As they place like a metal bracket with a wheel basin on the bottom, you can actually see the two open eyelets here that typically I would assume you would have all four eyelets secured in the bottom of it. So it seems like this one might need some repair.
What size were the white shoes?
11.
Without seeing the evidence long, they were men's size 11 or 11 and a half.
Do you have the photograph of Jasmine in the Defense Department pulled up?
Yes, Your Honor, if you'll just give me a second to pull it up.
Marie Pierre, we've got jury questions right now, so we're looking at the monitor.
Just take your time. Let me know when you're ready, Jim. Oh, there we go.
It's right there, Judge. I just wanted to get the exhibit number. It is exhibit number 122.
Thank you. Investigator, how did you identify that that was Jasmine Pace in the photo taken in Jason's apartment?
One thing, during the investigation, I don't do criminology investigations, just looking into potentially a suspect that committed a crime. It's also victimology, try to learn everything you can about the victim to find potential habits. Some of the things that we do is you can see tattoos that are identified in the picture that may be testified later on in the court proceedings. But there are tattoos. Specifically, I've seen numerous angles of the victim to include her side profile, her head, and the long hair. But the easy ones are some of the tattoos that she has.
Regarding the Arctic video, when you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location, did you identify who the person was driving?
Entering could you read it one more time?
Yes, sir. When you identified Jasmine Pace's vehicle entering Tremont location,
Could you rewind?
Who the person was driving?
Just rewind.
We didn't have video footage of actual to see exact confirmation of who was driving the vehicle at the time. We did have evidence that showed that she left her parents' house at a specific time. And from that evidence, we know that based on the My Chevy app, the way that data is reported is that as soon as that vehicle turns on, it reports a location and time, and that trip continues until it comes to its final destination. In the My Chevy app, it shows one stop, and it being the final stop at 110 Tremont Street. So from the time that vehicle starts at 5977 Old Dayton Pike in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and has that approximate 20-minute time frame where it drives to 110 Tremont Street, it doesn't stop. So based on that knowledge, we felt that Jasmine Pace was in possession of the vehicle based on her leaving the house, the car starting, going to the apartment. Once it was at the apartment, the car shuts off, and her cell phone coincides with that as well, the records.
Were you able to identify that the items Jason Chen bought at Walmart and Walgreens were used for cleaning up blood in Tremont apartment based on the evidence you collected at the Tremont apartment or lab testing?
We can tell that the products that were collected, those cleaning products that were collected within the apartment have been used based on the contents that were in them, whether it was the Band-Aids, the paper towels. We observed in the Walgreens video footage, it's a brand new box of paper towels, and by the time we get to it, several are missing. To include the bottles of hydrogen peroxide that aren't completely full bottles of hydrogen peroxide. To say that we know for sure those were definitively used in that scene, we can say that they match those purchases at the Walgreens and the Walmart, and they were brought back there and they show an impure level of product. Well, I can't definitively say that was used.
Did you identify Jason Chen's DNA or fingerprints in Jasmine Pace's vehicle?
In her vehicle, no.
Was anyone else identified as a suspect?
No, the only suspect identified and evidence was located, confirmed back to me in this case, was that of Jason Chen.
It's kind of a two-part. Was Jason Chen arrested at his parents' house?
So it may have sounded confusing when I explained it earlier. That's on November 29, 2022, I applied for a search warrant for Jason Chen's parents' residence at 1943 Ashburn Court in Nolensville, Tennessee. Directly following that, I met with the district attorney's office and spoke with them about the evidence that I had in the case and about proceeding forward. We talked about the probable cause that we had in the case for potential arrest. I requested that I execute the search warrant first on the residence and the search warrant on his person if he was located at that time, attempting to potentially get an interview to find the full facts of the case or attempting to find facts of the case, at which point we were unable to speak with Jason Chen at that point. Mr. Jason Chen was detained at Nolensville Police Department, where he's detained at his home, brought back to Nolensville Police Department, where a search warrant was executed on his person. After that search warrant was executed, we collected that evidence. We subsequently made the decision to put an NCIC hold on him, which is an investigative hold, because we didn't have a warrant, but we had, we believed at the time, enough evidence in terms of probable cause to present to a judge or magistrate to see if they would sign off on an arrest warrant for his arrest. Subsequently, he was placed in NCIC hold. I don't have jurisdiction within Williamson County, per se, to square out warrants. So immediately after his transport to the Williamson County Jail, I drove immediately back to Chattanooga, where then I drafted an arrest warrant, took it to the magistrate within Hamilton County, and they signed off on probable cause for the arrest of Jason Chen. That arrest warrant was then faxed to Williamson County Jail. After it was faxed, our own Chattanooga fugitive unit responded to Williamson County Jail, where then he was taken from that jail and transported to the Silverado Detention Center.
So regarding the detention at his parents' house, did the police explain to Jason why he was being detained?
Yes. We advised him that, one, we had a search warrant for the residence at his parents' house. We also advised him that we had a search warrant for his person. Based on that search warrant that was signed, we were granted permission from the court to collect certain items from him. Due to inclement weather, it was storming pretty bad that night in terms of rain and thunder. There were process and procedures we could not conduct at that location with collection of potentially DNA, fingerprints, and photographs. We made the decision to transport him in a patrol vehicle back to Nolensville Police Department, where those processes were taken up.
Did the state have any redirect based on the jury's questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Crawford, you were asked both by Ms. Morrison and now the jury about this photo. Do you recall what size shoes those are?
I don't recall exactly. It was either 11 or 11 and a half size men's. But they would be notated in our evidence law.
Recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of the shoe that we're describing.
Is it a zoomed in version of that photo?
Of the top right shoe, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I asked that this be made 6 inches.
Let's see.
130 maybe was the last?
31's next.
131. Okay, and then Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes.
What is that photo of?
This is a zoomed-in photograph from the overhead kiosk camera from the Walmart video footage that we observed earlier. Between the two cameras is the kiosk video that looks directly down.
Your Honor, I'd ask this be made 132.
32.
Can we go to prosecution laptop?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's 132. The zoomed-in version of Mr. Chen's shoes at the Walmart.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and 131, the zoomed-in shoe of the shoe next to the garbage dumpster.
That's correct.
Okay, and so a
Side-by-side comparison.
side-by-side of those two, would you agree that those are both those photos, exhibit 131, 132, next to each other?
Yes, that's correct.
Looks pretty similar.
Nothing further, Judge.
Recalls based on the juror's question.
If those were his shoes, were those also his underwear and pants?
Investigator Crawford, based on what the state has put up behind you here, was there any testing done to confirm that those are in fact the same shoes? Was there, for instance, DNA conducted on the shoes that were found outside of the dumpster that would have had Mr. Chen's DNA?
There was no testing for DNA that was submitted.
Was there any evidence of blood or anything on the shoes that were located outside of the dumpster?
I do not recall blood evidence being on the side of the shoes. They're sturdy.
So as of today, there's nothing definitively you have that shows that the shoes outside of the dumpster and the shoes on the picture on Mr. Chen's feet are the same, correct?
I would just say that they have consistent color markings on the shoes that you can observe in the video footage, but I don't have definitive DNA evidence.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Investigator Crawford.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's finally done. I have to give a shout out to Sticker Mule, who just gave me a $60 credit.
Your Honor, the state would call.
Do we have any other questions? Are we allowed to ask any more questions?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh. Jurors like, we have more questions. Get back up here. Sticker Mule gave me a $60 credit for replying to a tweet, which is awesome. Which means I get to design some more stuff through their store to see if it's good or not, and if it's good, then I'll offer it for you guys. So a big shout out to Sticker Mule there. Hey, Ivan, welcome. he jumped in chat with a common theme, and Amber didn't like it. Amber didn't like it. I think he was truthful, though, Amber. I think he was 100% telling the truth. I sent her a stack of them. I think she might have given a lot of them away in her 10,000 sub celebration. This is interesting. The jury's like, don't let him leave yet. We have more questions. Ivan overshared. That's all he did. Says he autographs his intimate clothing so no one else. So everyone knows it's his. Oh, one more question coming up. We know there's at least one lady, because the lady's like, can I ask more questions? Can we ask more questions? We heard her voice. So we know there's at least one lady on the jury. I imagine it's mixed. We don't have any court viewers in this one yet, but we might have somebody who pops in there who can give us a breakdown here before the case is over. Well, if it fits, that's all I'm saying. Oh, Nicola. My heart goes out to you. Jeff was one of the good guys. Very unique style, but one of the pillars of the LawTube community. And I like those rules. It's keep it simple. Keep it simple. Greener's like, we have rules? What are the rules? The rules are basically, we're all friends. We can agree to disagree, be respectful in how you share something. Remember, we have young fans of true crime that watch us as well. Although murder is not typically a topic that would be appropriate for young kids, there are school age, I'll tell you, there are classes that watch the show. Because the teacher knows that we can, that they'll be safe showing them our commentary. So, jury sequestered in this one because I think the judge didn't want to move. I don't know why. Obviously, there was a lot of pretrial publicity in this one, which is why you normally end up with a change of venue, but that did not happen here. Instead, we got a sequestered jury. The jury was brought in from Nashville, and we're in Chattanooga, and so they were bused down here. I don't know, what is that, 2 or 3 hours, and they are sequestered here. So that means all the meals are provided for by the state, or in this case the sheriff's office arranges for everything, and they get to stay in a nice fancy hotel by themselves with no TVs. And we also have a lot of family members closely related to these crimes who appear in our chat. So we try to be respectful for that reason as well, because people are here that know this case better than any of us because they've lived through it. So. Life is precious. I'll say that. We never know how long we've got or how long we've got with someone. So, I know I'm of the mindset where it's not worth it. Life's too short to hold a grudge. So I don't do very well at holding a grudge. It also helps to have a terrible memory. So I employ that skill set in that department as well. But yeah, that's why we have the outro we do. Just you never know when. I would hate for my last comment to someone to be something that was hurtful. Oops, like I just hurt my mic. Sorry, Mike. I'm too lazy to hold a grudge. I love a good grudge, says Allie B. Greeners comes in with the other view. Oh, that's good. I remember some things, but not others. I fully expect to go either senile or, you know, lose my mind a little bit when I get older, and I'll never know it. I'll never know. You know, if you tell me, I'll forget that as well. But hopefully I'm still live streaming at that time when that happens, so you guys can experience that all with me. That would be great.
I really appreciate the jurors' attentiveness on this, and these questions show that. After this is over, I'll let you know the reason why I like letting jurors ask questions, but I'm very glad that you're attentive and asking relevant questions. Our detective.
The jurors want to ask questions.
The receipt from Walmart shows asparagus.
Asparagus.
The video shows no asparagus was purchased. You can see the defendant type in a produce number. Was this investigated further, and if so, relevant to the case?
We did investigate it further. Upon discovering the phone records of the victims and Jason Chen's phone records go to the Walmart, so it led me to that Walmart to potentially see what interactions and stuff happened there. Once we go there, we watch the video footage of Jason Chen come in. We then track him to where a purchase is made, at which point it was relevant in terms of what items that he did buy. We did observe on video that 2 different items were entered in as produce, asparagus, which obviously were not asparagus. It did not have relevancy in terms of the arrest and investigation other than theft was committed. It was reported to Walmart. Loss prevention was there. They decided, based on finding out at the time that the video was collected, that he was in custody on a murder. They decided at that time they didn't want to go further with the theft charge.
Both of these deal with the video of the vehicles outside of Tremont. There is a person walking into Tremont location after a Chevy vehicle was seen entering the parking lot. Did you identify who the person was on the Arctic video?
Trying to answer this question properly. I believe you're referring to the first time that the Chevy vehicle comes into the parking lot area. The only camera that we had close enough to identify a face where anyone could identify without having prior knowledge of an individual was located at one of the exits. It was a personally owned camera by a resident there. They had a ring-style camera affixed to a door. So it would capture one of the exits. The apartment itself didn't have its own camera system. So we had to rely upon other cameras in the area, such as we attempted to get cameras from Regions. They were not very popular, and we did not get that video. In terms of, they did not preserve it, and the video was lost. We recovered camera footage from the other side of the apartments, but it only picks up motion, and it didn't actually capture the entrance. The entrance itself, we couldn't identify. There's a few, obviously it's a multi-story apartment complex. There's multiple people coming in at different times. The specific time we're talking about when the Chevy vehicle first pulls in and someone walks in, I think it's just after. I did not identify that person.
Were you able to identify the driver of the Prius that we saw in the video earlier?
No. I was attempting to identify who it was. At first, I believed it potentially to be an associate or family member. After further review of the video footage, it appears to be some sort of ride share. I was unable to completely verify. There is indication inside of Jason Chen's forensic download of his cell phone that there is metadata associated with that device, that the rideshare Lyft was activated around the exact same time that the vehicle pulls into the signal, the apartment's at 900 Mountain Creek Road. It's actually identified via the name Lyft, and it's zip share, which is how their online communicates, because they incorporated Lyft zip share into their company.
When taken into custody, did Jason Chen have any observable cuts or injuries on his body?
Ooh.
In parentheses below it says,
We haven't
in
got there
reference to
yet.
the Band-Aids have been seen purchased and found at his apartment.
I did observe a injury to his right palm. The injury was consistent with my investigation and personal observations. Is what I call knife slippage. Knife slippage is essentially a lot of times when an assault occurs, specifically with a knife, the incident gets bloody super quick and super fast. Each and every time a potential knife goes into the object and comes back out, if it's deep enough, potential blood transfer happens at knife, and it is pulling the blood out of the body at that time. A lot of times what happens with anything that gets wet, it gets slippery. It was consistent in the palm area on his right hand. There was a small section in his palm that appeared to be a 1.5 inch section that it was an injury that had been healing. To me, it was consistent with a what we call knife slippage. A lot of times when someone's holding a knife and they protrude it into something, or if it were to be pulled away, essentially a lot of times the knife is pulled out or they slip across and you get a small cut there. The only other indication of potential injuries to Mr. Chen that we observed in the documentation when we took photographs is he had little tiny minor cuts on the tops of his feet, which we did document because typically on the tops of your feet is not a normal place to injure something. Typically if you injures on your feet, you step on something or run into it, there were small injuries, but no physical bruises. To my knowledge, no major trauma or anything like that other than the palm and the top of the feet.
Got a new link for the Sticker Mule store that's a little easier to see. It's just Sticker Mule /Recovery
Based
Addict.
on your experience as a homicide investigator and the blue star and floor stains, could you determine the exact location in a specific room that appeared to be where a murder occurred?
Yes. In this specific case, there has been pictures of Blue Star that have been shown. There have been pictures of the apartment. There's been pictures of recovered evidence of blood in carpeted areas. Based on my investigation and the blood that we recovered, based on blood spatter, which blood spatter / cast off is what we like to call it. The first night that we executed that search warrant on November 27th into the 28th, I observed what appeared to be cast off of blood spatter. That to me is consistent with blunt force trauma or sharp force trauma. Sharp force is indicative of a knife or something sharp as an ice pick that's used to create the trauma. Blunt force is more consistent with a blunt style object, a bat, a hammer, such. It was consistent on the wall as you would go into the door framed area of the bathroom. Up to the left-hand side, there were pieces of what we would call cast off or blood spatter. It's different than transfer in terms of what we saw on the light switches where you could see smudging. We're on the floor where you can see smudging or the transfer. This is essentially, it's being either forced in terms of force tapping into an object and then it's pushed away, or as an object gets pulled away, it's slung into that direction. Based on my indication of where that blood was located inside that room, I believe the main portion of when the stab wounds occurred inside of that apartment would have been the victim lying in the tiled area of the bathroom, which is also indicative based on us collecting those tiles and seeing heavy soaking of blood that went from the top layer of tiles where we saw a little bit of blood. The blood also seeped under those tiles in several different directions.
Can you redirect based on the jury answer?
Hope ain't fear. Thank you very much.
Based on the jury. Take it out.
We need 74 more likes to hit our goal of 1,000 today. I'm concerned. It's possible the jury has seen a little clearer than we were, but I could not tell exactly what was happening on the check stand. I'm concerned that the jury knows specifics about what happened.
Councilman Roach, please.
Okay, do you guys get what I'm saying here? The jury's been extremely observant. But having watched that video where we were zoomed in on the same projector screen they're watching, I guess the produce code they could deduce that the produce code was what he entered. There's no way they could see that he entered the produce code for asparagus. So they're just putting two and two together, having seen the receipt and noting there was asparagus listed on the receipt. I would only be concerned if a juror has prior knowledge of the case. That's all. Since he didn't officially plead guilty, couldn't they technically still find him not guilty on all counts? Yes.
In Detective Crawford's answer, he gave some factual information about what he saw regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and the factual observations that he made of where the blood was found and what condition it was in. However, he did give some opinions in that this witness has not been qualified as an expert in those types of matters. It requires expert testimony to give an opinion. And so at this point, you may utilize the factual answers that the witness gave regarding the cut on Mr. Chen's hand and where the blood was that he saw in the bathroom, as far as his opinion about where it happened and how it happened and how the cut got on Mr. Chen's hand. You're to disregard that testimony. Okay.
Disregard that it could have been a stabbing injury.
Investigator Crawford, you had mentioned Blue Star reagent being on the walls. Was that in the bathroom that you're claiming that you saw this?
The Blue Star?
Yes.
What I identified to them was physical blood samples that were photographed and documented prior to the Blue Star.
So in the exhibits that we've seen previously, is it fair to say that it has been shown in the bathroom floor, the bathroom sink, but we've not seen any photographs of anything on the wall at this point, correct?
Yes.
And you've mentioned that reagent showing up in the bathroom area. Are you indicating that you don't believe anything happened in the bedroom?
The question was asked where I believe the incident occurred. My belief is that based on the blood, obviously a body was put into that room based on the heavy blood loss that was there. But I believe that the assault began or occurred inside of the bathroom.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Any other questions from the jury? Investigator Crawford, let me sit down.
Now he can finally step in. 4:30 in the afternoon nearly.
Our next witness.
He returns to the prosecutor table. Mute the mics while the attorneys consult with each other.
This thing was called Doug Lynch to the stand.
Doug Lynch? Or Doug something.
DVD, Your Honor, if it's not already connected.
We're just 46 likes away from 1,000. We'd love it if we could hit that. I'm not saying the jury has prior knowledge. They're either very observant and they're assembling things which is great. I think that would be wonderful. Or there's prior knowledge. I'd like to think that very observant is the case. Welcome, bakers. It's good to have you here.
Soundly sort of programs. That's the way you have to get some food. All people nothing but the themselves.
Mr. Lynch, thank you for being here. Can you state your full name for the court's record?
Douglas Lynch.
Okay, and Mr. Lynch, are you from Chattanooga?
For the last 4 years, yes.
Okay, do you have a family?
Yes, we do.
Did you live in Chattanooga in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury where you lived in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We lived at 110 Tremont in apartment 100.
Okay, so 110 Tremont is an apartment building.
Yes, ma'am.
And is you said apartment 100?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been on the first floor of the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the jury's already seen the apartment building from Google Maps. Could you describe, if you're on Tremont Street looking at the building, could you describe where your apartment was?
Yeah, so when you come on the street, Tremont Street, we're kind of right on the corner. It's almost underground a little bit. It's right next to the place where you would park on the other side, where it says, do not park 417 Fraser.
Okay, and is there a door to the outside close? Was there a door to the outside close to your apartment door?
Yes, ma'am.
Where, can you describe that to the jury?
Yeah, so depending on where you come in from the apartment, so if you came in the front door, you would, where the steps go down, you would go straight, and then to the right, and then you find our apartment. And then there's a door that goes out to the side where everyone will park. And so if you exit out of our apartment, it's immediately to the right.
The door to the outside parking lot?
The parking lot.
Okay, and on your apartment door in November 2022, did you have a Ring camera or any type of camera that would capture what was happening outside of your door?
Yes, ma'am, we had a Ring camera.
Okay, and how long had you had that Ring camera on November 2022?
That is a good question. We got it for another circumstance, but probably 6 months to a year. I can't remember exactly when I bought it.
Okay. And what was your first knowledge of the Jason Chen and victim Jasmine Case? It
was with Miss Katrina Bean came to our Ring camera and asked to talk to us. I spoke with her over the Ring camera. I believe it was the 27th. It was a Sunday. And then we came straight home and talked to them.
Okay. Do you know who she was looking for?
Yes. She said that she couldn't find her daughter and needed to talk to us about our Ring camera footage.
Oh, okay. And did you speak with her about the Ring camera footage?
Yeah, we started talking about the Ring camera. I hadn't been able to look through the footage yet, so I started going through everything that I could find.
Okay.
We're going to see this
Did
footage
she ask
here.
you if you knew Jason Chen?
That's a good question. I'm sure she probably asked me that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember?
I can't remember. Yeah.
Were you able to show her video footage from November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point later, did the Chattanooga Police Department also inquire with you about your Ring camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, they did. I spoke with Mr. Proffer and gave him the video where I could find Mr. Chen.
Okay. And did you know when you were living in your apartment who Jason Chen was?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how was that?
We had interacted a couple times. So in the hallway, when he first actually moved into the apartment complex, he came through the back area where the dumpsters are. It's kind of like a loading dock area. And I was at the mailboxes, and he was wondering where the mailboxes were, so I showed him the mailboxes when he first moved in. And then there were just other scenarios. I would say maybe once a month, we would kind of interact in the hallway in passing. And we actually saw him, me, my wife, and my kids were doing a stroller ride because our baby boy had just been born about 2 weeks earlier. And we had gone for a walk on the bridge, and we came home on the 22nd, and he was loading up his car, and exchanged conversation and such.
Okay, so you had seen him and spoke with him on multiple occasions. Did he ever park his vehicle in the parking lot to the, if you're facing the building to the right, the parking lot that door would have led out to?
Yes, ma'am. That's where his car was when we saw him on the 22nd.
Did he often park out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of vehicle he had?
Yes, it was the dark gray Toyota. The Camry.
Okay. Do you recall how many videos you turned over to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I believe there were around 6,
Okay.
and there were others that Mr. Weiss asked for.
Okay, Mr. Weiss came to see you?
No, he actually sent a personal investigator to our home that was super aggressive and gave me a subpoena, and he got the videos he wanted.
Okay. But you turned 6 over to the Chattanooga Police Department that they had
Wow.
identified and
Little shade
did
there.
for their investigation.
That's correct.
Have you, I'm going to let you look at that jump drive. Have you seen that jump drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it say Lynch on one side?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those your initials on the other? What is on this jump drive?
The 6 videos.
Are these an accurate representation of the videos from your Ring camera as they looked in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask the person to state the name of the-
133.
There are 6 videos, Judge. I don't know how you want me to identify those.
It's all one. It'll all be the same exhibit.
Okay. All right. Mr. Lynch, you'll be looking at the videos on the screen behind you, okay? So before we play this video, can you tell the jury sort of where we're at right here from the camera's viewpoint?
Yes, ma'am. So this is where on the left is our little reef, and we're looking out in front of our apartment door. And then to the right is where you can exit into the parking lot.
And are all of the dates and times that we're going to see on these videos accurate?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That's Jason Chen.
Okay. Then again on same day, 11/11.
There's a bunch of cleaning supplies, maybe.
Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's it?
Jason Chen.
That's 11/11. He slammed right into that door, just about hit his face on it.
Do you recognize that person, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, ma'am. That was Jason Chen.
Okay, now we've moved to the next day. Do you recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. That was Mr. Chen.
And did you recognize a black backpack that he was carrying?
Yes.
Had you ever seen him with a black backpack before?
From what I can remember, I can't remember if he wore the backpack often. I can only remember it from this video.
Okay. All right, now we're at 11/23/2022. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the time would be correct. So I hate military time, but is that 8:26?
That is 8:26.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In this video, even though his face is covered and he's got a hat on and a hood up, are you able to recognize that person?
Yes, ma'am. The first thing was the hat for me.
You had seen that hat before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then this is 11/24/2022. Who do you recognize that person to be?
That's Mr. Chen.
Why is there a
I'm
tree
going to
in
go
there?
back
Is
to
that a Christmas tree?
11/23. I want to ask you one more question. Does it appear that one of Mr. Chen's hands is covered in that video?
Yes, it does.
It's a wreath on the door? Okay, I didn't pay attention. Thank you.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Kurt, do we miss you? No.
No,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Judge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lynch. First off, let me say, if one of my staff was aggressive with you, I apologize. You understand that?
Thank you.
Prior to coming to today's trial, did you meet with the prosecutor?
Who's the prosecutor?
Who's the prosecutor?
Yes. Sorry. This is new to me.
Same. How many times did you meet with them?
Once.
Okay. And did you review what your testimony would be here today?
Yes.
Did they have to remind you of my name?
No.
I want to ask you about where you were living at the time. The apartments, do you know who built those apartments?
I'm guessing Mr. Wise.
No relation?
I see.
Okay.
I like you.
Were those well-made apartments?
They were decent.
Okay. Were they big?
Cost effective.
Cost effective? Were they large or small?
The one we had was a good size for us.
Do you know how many square feet yours was?
About 1,000.
Okay. And then there were other apartments that were smaller?
Yes.
Do you know what the size of Jason's apartment would have been?
Somewhere in the 500 to 600s.
Are the walls thin?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can hear everything, especially on our floor with concrete.
So you're on the bottom floor. And because you're on the end, that means you only have one person next to you?
There was no one next to us.
Okay. So you never heard sounds coming from that apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. But there was people above you?
Yes, sir.
And you could hear them?
Sometimes.
You said you saw Jason on the 22nd?
Yes.
What time did you see Jason on the 22nd?
It was probably 5 or 6 p.m.
You provided a bunch of your Ring cameras to the state?
Yes.
And you also gave them to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you provided all the Ring camera videos that you had?
Yes.
On the night of November 22nd, or in the early mornings of November 23rd, did you hear anything coming from Jason's apartment?
No. Our son was 2 weeks old, and we had 3 sound machines throughout the apartment.
Those don't go away either.
Yeah.
You said you had interactions with Jason?
Yes.
Were you two friends?
I wouldn't say friends. I would say we met in the hallway in passing.
Neighbors?
He lived on the second floor, I lived on the first.
But you never had any issues with him?
No.
Mr. Lynch, you said that when you saw him on 11/22/2022, he was packing stuff in his car. Can you describe that in any more detail?
It's very fuzzy. I can't really remember what he was doing. I just know he was putting things into his car. The reason I remember it is as I was coming down the street, he said, "Hey, looking fresh," and that's what made me think or remember the situation. But that's it.
Nothing further, Judge.
Reminds me of the guy in Suits.
Just so I understand, that was paying you a compliment?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
No,
Do you have any questions for Mr. Lynch?
Mr. Lynch, you may step down. Thank you.
Doesn't he look like I think he's Mike from Suits? You look like that. He had that look about him.
Regional Courtroom.
Say we'll call Detective Stephen Bulkley to the
It's the
stand.
jawline. I missed the name who this witness is. That was number 7, Douglas Lynch. Witness 8 now. It's the third person for today. While he's coming in, apparently we're doing origami on the microphone of the camera. Oh, let's see. This guy is cuter than Mike from Suits. Loved that show until Meghan Markle left. Didn't catch the last name. First name was Stephen. So it's Oh, look at that. Thank you, Detective Stephen Bulkley. Chattanooga Police Department. I got it now. They're like, here's your sign. Here's your sign. Sadly, this is another suitcase trial. A lot of similarities between the Sarah Boone open and this open.
I swear.
Thank you, Shark.
Detective Bulkley, will you state your full name for the court's record? You've been through this before.
Detective Stephen Bulkley, badge number 251, Chattanooga Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Chattanooga Police Department?
13 years.
What is your current role at the police department?
I'm a homicide investigator, Violent Crimes Bureau.
And what did you do before that?
Prior to that, I was a field training officer for 4 years and a patrol officer prior to that for approximately 8 years total.
So when did you begin your career in the homicide division?
In April of 2020.
Okay, so going on 5 years. At some point, did you become involved in the investigation into Jason Chen?
That's correct.
And can you explain to the jury what that involvement was initially?
Sure. So my understanding is that the homicide division was notified of the case possibly on November 27th of 22. I responded the morning of the 28th to assist Detective Proffer, who was assigned to work the case. At the time, it was established to be a missing persons case with suspicious circumstances, and so we were working it as a potential homicide. As a teammate, we routinely respond to assist each other with investigations, and so I responded for that reason.
Would you say this investigation was an all-hands-on-deck approach?
Yes, I would say so.
Were you involved in the drafting of any search warrants in this case?
I was.
And what was that?
The first search warrant that I wrote was a T-Mobile phone records search warrant for the defendant's phone records, Jason Chen.
Did you issue that search warrant to T-Mobile for Mr. Chen's phone records?
Yes, ma'am. I obtained that on the 28th, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the 28th of November of 22.
You got it the same day?
I obtained it. I swore it out in front of the magistrate, and I submitted it to T-Mobile on the same day, the 28th of November of 22.
And were they able to return Mr. Chen's records to you?
So I did not obtain the records until the morning of December 1st of 2022.
But you did, in fact, obtain Mr. Chen's phone records?
I did, yes.
I'm going to hand you 2 documents in the jump drive. You can inspect those documents.
This mic ASMR is the worst in any courtroom I've ever seen.
Do you recognize those documents?
I do.
What are they?
So this first document here, which says T-Mobile timing in advance request form, I submitted this to T-Mobile the day after I submitted the initial search warrant, submitted on November 29th of 22. It is a T-Mobile requires a payment for receipt of certain records, in this case timing advance records. The reason for that is because they consider it burdensome and it requires a fair amount of work on the part of T-Mobile employees to produce that data. So they require payment for those particular records. So that in order to ensure that they are paid for their work, they require a law enforcement officer or agency to submit this form with a target who will pay, essentially.
Okay, and you filled that out?
I did.
Promise to
Does
pay.
it have Mr. Chen's phone number on it?
Yes, it does.
And can you read that phone number to the jury?
The phone number is 615-839-6880.
8675309.
Okay, and then the next page, do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
Upon receiving the electronic records that I requested on December 1st, this came with the records. It's essentially an affidavit provided by the T-Mobile employee tasked with providing those records, and it is attesting, this employee is attesting under oath that the records that have been delivered are, to their knowledge, what I requested and what was ordered in that search warrant.
And is Mr. Chen's cell phone number also on that affidavit?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, after these 2 documents, be the states next to exhibits.
34 numbers.
CC, congratulations on 21 months. OG. Thank you.
All right, and this jump drive, have you seen that before?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the T-Mobile records that you received from T-Mobile related to Jason Chen's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you initial that jump drive to show that it is those T-Mobile records on it?
I did.
Your Honor, I asked that this be admitted as the state's next exhibit. Okay. Based on phone records like this, is law enforcement able to go back and look at a subject's location data?
Oftentimes, yes.
And in this case, were these phone records used to determine Jason Chen's location on or around the week of November 22nd, 23rd, 2022?
They were.
And were you in communication with Investigator Crawford during this time period?
I was.
Were you keeping him up to date on what you were doing?
Absolutely.
Did you let him know that you got the T-Mobile records back from T-Mobile?
Within about 30 seconds.
And at that point in time, did you or he begin to look for the location data?
I immediately transmitted those records to Detective Crawford, and I may have, Detective Crawford for sure, so that he could begin plugging those into the records processing, program that we use.
Okay. And at this point, to be clear, had Jasmine Pace been found?
No.
Okay. And based on those records, did Investigator Crawford instruct you or others to head towards a certain location?
We began to formulate a plan, yes, at that point, based on what he saw in those records.
Based on what he saw in those phone records, at some point, and I'll let you explain this to the jury, did you end up on Suck Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that process to the jury, that day, and who you were with?
Yes, ma'am. So when Detective Crawford and I believe Detective Jason Gunn also may have been working on this, when we plugged the phone records into CellHawk, which is the program that we commonly use for plotting location data and et cetera, there was a fair amount of location data on the 22nd to the 23rd that was of particular interest. I recall that the timing advance records, which are more precise, showed that Jason Chen's device traveled along Suck Creek Road on, I believe, on the 23rd during the afternoon, perhaps in the evening. I believe there were maybe two that showed up at two different times during that day along Suck Creek Road, in between, I think it's Signal Mountain Boulevard and Prentice Cooper on that stretch there, which parallels the river. We found that to be of interest, and we thought that that would be a good place to search for Jasmine Hicks.
Because his phone records showed that he had possibly been in that area.
That's correct.
Mr. Chen.
That's correct.
Are you familiar with Suck Creek Road?
Not very familiar, but I'm familiar having been out there a couple of times, including on the date that we responded and found the space.
Who all went towards the direction of Suck Creek Road on this day?
So there were fugitive investigators that were assisting. I know Detective Seach, Detectives Jason Gunn, Joel Gunn, Detective Cottrell, Detective King. I don't recall all the others, but I was with Detective King, Detective Cottrell, Jason Gunn, and Joel Gunn when we began our search initially.
And explain to me what you did when you turned down Suck Creek Road.
So after turning off of Signal Mountain Boulevard, I recall there's a large concrete plant. If you're traveling out Suck Creek Road in the direction of Prentice Cooper, there's a large concrete plant on the right-hand side. After passing that, we stopped at the first gravel pull-off area, which is on the side of the road in between the roadway and the river. So we stopped at the very first likely or logical stopping point for a vehicle, and we thought we would start our search there and work our way down Suck Creek Road.
And what'd you do then?
We got out of our cars. Again, the detectives, both Gunn brothers, Detective Cottrell, Detective King, and I got out of our cars and parked in that gravel parking area of the pull-off. And I recall seeing a deer carcass on one section of that pull-off area. And I would say within 30 seconds, certainly within 1 minute of our stopping and getting out of our cars, Detective Cottrell and Detective Joel Gunn drew all of our attention to a suitcase that was hung up in the brush partway down the slope.
Can you describe for the jury the topography there between Suck Creek Road and the riverbank where the suitcase was located?
So the pull-off is, sort of maybe sort of a crescent. It sort of, it starts, it's narrow and then widens a little bit and then it narrows again as it, towards the road. It's less than, I would say it's certainly less than 50 feet wide. And where the gravel stops and the road drops off, the ground drops off towards the river, it's a sharp drop. I would, as I recall, 10, 15 feet above the river level, I would say, something like that. So we were standing on this, on the ground, probably about 10 or 15 feet above the river level, and that steep drop off. It's not 90 degrees, and it was covered in sort of low brush, weeds and things, maybe kudzu, I'm not sure. Is that?
Sure, yeah, thank you. And then when you get to the bottom of that slope, are you directly in the Tennessee River, or is there a beach area? What is that like down there?
Well, there was it looked like maybe the river was lower than it would be at other times of the year or at other times of the season. So there was some sort of, I guess you could call it a beach, some dirt and sandy, rocky area at the base, where just before the river.
Okay, and when you all noticed the suitcase, what did you proceed to do?
Well, we talked about it first as, all the detectives who were there. We talked about what to do. I think all of us felt there was a very good chance that we had found Jasmine Pace. But the suitcase was closed and we didn't know what was inside. So rather than assuming and calling all the cavalry and finding that there was nothing of interest or value to the investigation inside, we decided to photograph the suitcase in place because I had disposable gloves in my pocket. I put those on, and I pulled the suitcase up. I was able to reach down and pull the suitcase up to the level area where we were standing. And Detective Jason Gunn documented that with video in case what we found in the suitcase was of evidentiary value. After that, I unzipped the suitcase to see what was inside. You want me to keep going?
Why don't you go ahead and keep going?
In my experience, both on patrol and investigations, I have often found discarded items, discarded suitcases, and things like that. I have seen animals disposed of in suitcases and things like that. And so I didn't want to assume anything. We didn't want to assume anything. So when I unzipped the suitcase and saw a black trash bag inside, I was not able to identify the contents of that trash bag. So because I had gloves on, I placed my hand on various parts of that trash bag and its contents, and I could feel what was consistent with a human head, shoulders, and a torso. At that point, we were even more certain that we found Jasmine Pace, but certainly that we had found a body.
So at that point, did you back off and call others?
At that point, we did not touch the suitcase or its contents anymore. We notified supervision, we notified our crime scene unit, and we notified the Hamilton County Medical Examiner. And we secured that scene until they arrived.
Did the Hamilton County Medical Examiner come to that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you present when he was there?
I was.
This detective, Stephen Buckley, was led to the
testified that,
scene by the phone
one
records.
Of the detectives' gun. There's two detective guns. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Two ends.
One of the detective guns took a video of you when you were retrieving that suitcase.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall about how heavy that suitcase was?
It took some effort to pull it up, so it wasn't beyond my ability, but it was heavy enough. It was substantial.
Okay, and have you seen that video since that video was taken?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Have you seen the show?
Yes.
What's on the Chen drive?
If I recall, that is video that Detective Jason Gunn took when we were checking that suitcase, pulling it up and checking it.
Are you depicted in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it an accurate representation of what happened on that day in November 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that this be state's next exhibit. 137. Detective Oakley, I'm going to show you this video on the screen behind you.
Let me know if you need a hand hold on to it. That looks bad.
Yep, it does. Sir, that's you.
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Oakley, does this look like that suitcase?
That is consistent with it.
She just brought the suitcase out and set it in the middle of the courtroom. Man, what some of these officers have to do is haunting. I imagine they try to focus on the fact that they're bringing closure to the family, that they're solving something where there's a lot of questions. There are at least going to be some answers, but yeah, that would keep me up at night. A lot of evidence piled up there in bags and boxes. Mr. Chen's not making eye contact to this suitcase. It's still up on the screen. He's looking down. Donna, I got you. Jennifer, I got you. Robin, I got you as well. You're all good on Facebook. Welcome. Thank you.
Detective Oakley, I'm going to show you some photos. You can just flip through them for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photos.
Maximum penalty is facing his life without parole. Tennessee does have the death penalty. They're not pursuing it in this case.
Would you like this to be a collective or individual?
If they're state, we'll do it.
Okay.
It's only 6, so we'll do it.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, ma'am.
And Detective Oakley, you testified that you in fact opened the suitcase, didn't you?
I did.
To where you could see the entire contents, correct?
That's correct.
And that is when you reached down to feel what was inside of the black packages, the back package.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that you bring the 6 next to the.
To make it collect the pictures.
Yes, I'll go ahead and say that so we don't lose it. Yes. Hold on like that.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much for your support on the channel.
All right, what's
It
that
makes it all
number
possible. Appreciate it.
And to be clear, is this what the scene looked like on that day when Miss Pace's body was found?
Yes.
Okay. The photos that you
Yes.
just looked at. One through 6. I'm going to show you photo, it's been labeled 138-1. She'll turn around. Given what you've already testified to, can you just again explain to the jury where we are standing in this photo?
This is taken from the gravel pull-off area inside of Section 1600 block. And the drop-off that I described is just beyond that suitcase.
Was this photo taken before you had pulled the suitcase out of there or after?
That photo was taken after I pulled it up today.
From the point of view of the camera, would we be close to the pull-off where the vehicles would have been?
Yes, I believe standing in the gravel area or just next to it.
Okay. 138-2. Now, from this point of view, can you explain to the jury where we're at?
To the left of the gray suitcase, the ground drops off towards the river. To the right of the suitcase is the gravel parking area. And that's where those are crime scene vehicles, which are parked parallel to Sequestered Road.
Is this another view similar to 138-1, but this is 138-3, just another view of that suitcase next to the Tennessee River?
That's correct.
138-4, explain to the jury where we're at now. Now you can sort of see more of the road.
That's the gravel pull-off area, the side of 1600 Sequestered Road, which I described as narrower and getting wider and then tapering back again on the other side of the pull-off. And that's where we parked when we found Jasmine Pace's body.
138-5.
That's the black trash bag that I observed inside the suitcase, and that is the trash bag that I felt with my gloved hand when we were investigating.
And this is how it appeared when you opened the suitcase up.
That's correct.
And 138-6. Is this what you saw when you opened the suitcase?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe, you
Guys, I'm worried they're just going to put a picture up
testified to
showing
feeling
the
what you
body,
believe was a human head.
That's correct.
and I'll cut away from that.
Based on your memory, which I know
want
is 2 years ago, can you let the jury know where you felt what you believed was a shoulders or a human head?
Yeah, I remember it very well. The left side of the photo is, that side is closer to the river. The right side is closer to the roadway where we parked our vehicles. And I used my right hand to touch the right side of this trash bag, and that is where I felt the head and the shoulders here in the bottom right-hand corner, the shoulders and torso.
Would this be the area you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions from this witness,
Investigator Bulkley, my name's Amanda Morrison. I have a few questions for you. When you went to the apartment on Tremont Street of Mr. Chen's, that was November 28th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you had any involvement with the investigation up to or prior to going to the apartment for Mr. Chen?
No.
While you were there, did you conduct interviews with various neighbors?
I did.
How many neighbors roughly did you speak with there at Tremont Apartments?
Approximately 5 or 6, I believe.
Were there some individuals that were not home?
Yes, I knocked on other doors and didn't get an answer.
And most of the interviews that you conducted were located to the second floor of this apartment complex, correct?
As I recall, all of the interviews I conducted with neighbors were on the second floor, I believe.
Did you get any information that was...
Objection, Your Honor. May we heard?
I missed the objection. It was really quick. Not sure what the objection is here.
May I continue? Investigator Bulkley, on November 28th, the question I had asked was there are some individuals that did not answer when you knocked, correct?
Okay.
Have you conducted any interviews since November 28th with any persons at the Tremont Apartments?
I have not personally,
okay.
No.
When you got the records from T-Mobile, did you review those?
I immediately sent them to Detective Proffer because it's his case and he is more knowledgeable in that area and using cell hawk. So I immediately sent them to him.
You were explaining earlier to the state what the contents were of what was received. Did it show call logs?
Yes, there were. There's call data and location data, standard things that would receive with phone records.
And were there text logs?
I don't want to add. I don't recall. I know there were records listed consistent with call and text data, but because I did not analyze them at length myself, I cannot say with certainty all of what those records were.
What was the time frame of what you requested from T-Mobile?
I requested a time frame beginning the morning of November 21st of 2022 and ending approximately, I believe it was approximately maybe 17 or 1900 hours on 11/28/22. And the reason that I ended at that time is because I was preparing to go swear the warrant out, and I could only request up to the time that I was swearing that warrant out.
And at this point in time, at what time did you actually, let me slow down. What time did you actually swear out your search warrant for the mobile records?
The search warrant for Jason Chen's T-Mobile records was sworn out on the evening of the 28th. I would have to double check the time, but sometime certainly after 6 p.m. or 1800, I would have to verify, give you an exact time.
Were you present with the interview with the Pace family?
No, not that I recall. What interview or what date are you referring to? Because sometimes I may be in the office, I may have passed through. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
My question is, on November 27th, it's been testified that there has been an interview conducted at CPD. Were you present for that?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your first involvement is really when the search warrant is executed at Mr. Chen's apartment, correct?
Yes,
on November 28th?
Yes, on Tremont Street. I responded approximately 9:30, I believe.
So you get to the apartment that morning. Throughout the day you're working on this case, correct?
Yes.
And then the evening you swear out the T-Mobile search warrant.
That's correct.
Now, when did you receive the records back? Did you say December 1?
Yes, ma'am.
What time of day was that?
It was, I believe, 9:09 a.m. It was shortly after 9 o'clock a.m. on December 1st, 22.
And did you immediately make Investigator Crawford aware of those records?
Yes, within a minute. Okay. I forwarded them to his email.
So is it fair to say that you had the phone records prior to Ms. Pace's body being recovered on the banks of Suffolk?
I had those phone records in hand prior to, yes ma'am, I did.
What time did you respond to Suck Creek?
It was approximately 1 p.m. or 1300 hours, so sometime after that.
Other than you, the Gunn brothers, Investigator Cottrell, and Investigator King, do you recall anyone else from homicide being present with you?
At the time of locating Ms. Pace's body?
Yes.
Those are the only people I can recall being present when we found the suitcase, found her body. Other investigators and civilian employees responded after that point.
Now the Mr. Chen's phone records, is that something separate than what would be received through Cellebrite? What you received from T-Mobile?
Did you call it Cellebrite?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. So Cellebrite.
Cellebrite.
That is separate from what you've received through T-Mobile, correct?
That's correct. Cellebrite is a program through which we can look at phone downloads. One of the things that Cellebrite does is enables us to view the contents of an actual device, physical device like a cell phone. That had nothing to do with my search warrant. I submitted a search warrant for phone records, electronic data.
Okay. And so that would be something for the benefit of the jury. If what you're requesting is separate than what a forensic download would be, correct?
That's correct.
Were you present for a forensic download of Mr. Chen's phone?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who did the forensic download?
I don't.
You got mail.
And I have one
Do you have some water up there to drink? How about we both drink together, sir? I've got a bottle. Check around and see if you've got something there you could drink. Maybe, no, it's going to be closer to you, not the courtroom. Maybe down next to your chair or something. Ah, found it. Good. Okay, here we go. On the count of 3. 3. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're good. Synchronized drinking. I didn't get enough, though. He just took a sip. That's what they did. Oh, got to approach. Sidebar. We have no indication whatsoever what these sidebars are about. The judge is doing a really good job of not letting us hear a thing that's happening right here, which is great. The jury doesn't know either, but they are in the room. Jury has not... I think the jury's only left for one issue, and that was for the proffer of the impeachment audio from a prior moment. Hang on one second. Somebody's calling me. Hello? Hello, are you there? Hello? Apparently, if I just say hello and then don't plug in and don't respond when they talk, they just hang up on me. Yeah, seeing that suitcase, that was rough for me. Just the way that life was taken and discarded so easily. That was loud. Sinbad. Joseph Ferlazzo is still nursing that same water bottle. It has not been filled up yet. He's able to drink less than a drop at a time and be completely satisfied, quench his thirst. Josh, I want to go ice fishing again. What state? How far do I have to drive from North Carolina to go ice fishing? Is Virginia an option? Do I have to go all the way up to like Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio? Part of the problem is I sold all my ice fishing gear. I have my ice fishing outfit, my heavy outer coat, and bibs, what do you call them, the overalls, and my boots. I think I got my hat. I have nothing else. In my younger years, I would say 3 inches enough. I'm going to say 6. 6 inches of good solid ice is what I need now. Go fishing with Ayden. He already paid for me to get a fishing pole. I haven't got it yet. So I need to do that. No, I'm not big into pike. I don't like northern pike. I want to ice fish for trout or perch. I'd love to catch crappie through the ice as well. If I can do crappie, we'll do that as well. No, I'm looking for hard deck somewhere. New Brunswick. Crawfish season here in Louisiana. Come get your eat on. I've never ever had crawfish. I've wanted to really badly, but I'm a terrible cook, and eating something like that and cooking it wrong, I don't want to do it. So I've messed it up every time I've tried. Might have ruined one of Mrs. R.A.'s coolers in the process. But but I want to. I want to have a crawfish boil, but I need somebody to make a nice batch for me that I trust. Crawfish is gross. Is that why they call them mud bugs? What's the link for the LA fire ant? LA City Clerk is the YouTube channel, and then it was, I don't know, an hour or two over. Perch, sunfish, walleye, and walleye. That's delicious as well. Although their teeth, they will tear you up. Lake in Iowa, come on over. Ice is fine. Great ice fishing on the island. Is that Prince Edward Island? PEI? I've never had lobster, and I have never had crawfish in my life. I haven't had lobster because I'm afraid if I like it, then I will suddenly have a very expensive taste that I need to, have more of. But never had the cheap version either. You can charter an airboat from one of the guys in that other trial. Yes, I could. I've had crab. I've had king crab, and I think it's king crab. And I've had imitation crab. I've never had blue crab, and I'm in a state where there's a lot of blue crabs. Missing out with the lobster.
I have the right to.
Oh, I just hit the wrong soundbite.
I have the right to protect myself, don't I?
That is in the rule book of the laws.
Haven't used that sound effect in a long time.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Because we here in Canada hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
There's the one I was looking for. Thank you, Ian, for that. Lobster's like Five Guys, very overrated in my humble opinion. Okay, we're done. We're done with the sidebar. Let's see if we get any indication.
No further questions.
We're done.
No, you're not.
Does the jury have any questions for the culprit?
Okay, so on to jury questions. Detective Bulkley is almost done.
Any others?
There's the question from the jury. It looks like we just have one sheet of questions, or one question. Guess the judge knows who gave the question if there was only one turned in. I have not. Go to Ruth's Chris and get you steak and dinner, lobster dinner. I can't afford Ruth's Chris. First of all, I don't know where one is. I can go to Red Lobster when they don't close, but I always just eat the shrimp. Future, it's got to be close to dinner time because I'm hungry. That's why. You live once, have lobster. Dungeness crab. Don't think I've ever had it. Ruth's Chris is in Raleigh. Sounds like we need a recovery addict retreat, crawfish boil, ice fishing. Oh, that sounds amazing. I need lobster from Canada, fresh off the boat. Kaylee says, earmark these funds for lobster dinner. X on the ice fish. Oh, that's funny. Thank you, Kaylee. Lobster from Maine. Okay, so I watch. Now the name escaped me. Luke McFadden on YouTube, who is a crabber. He catches blue crabs, but he's in the Chesapeake, which is it's some dirty water. I know lobster fishermen are, I think, out deeper and not really in the bays so much. But I don't know. Rage Crochet, my wife sent me to the store to get ice cream. She said, or whatever else you think would be good, or something like that in the text message. And so I went and I got tartar sauce and malt vinegar and everything that goes with fish, because I'm the only one that buys that or eats it. We get free lobster as we have family lobster fisher people. Maybe it's delicious. I've had shrimp right off the boats on the docks in Norway. That was amazing stuff. It was like the boat came in, they steamed it, they gave us like a couple pounds of it.
One of your questions will be answered through another witness, the one about fingerprints or DNA found on the trash bags or the victim's body. All right, Detective, the jury has a couple of questions for you. Yes, sir.
These juries are sleuths.
Answer facing it. Yes, sir. And can the jury see the picture of the T-Mobile phone records that identify Jason Chen being near the Suck Creek Road? Another witness will testify to that as well. Leaves you one question. When you got out of the riverbank, how long did it take you to find the suitcase?
So we pulled our cars over on the gravel pull-off that you saw pictured, and we got out of our cars, and within 1 minute, literally within 1 minute, but I would estimate even closer to 30 seconds, one of our investigators observed that suitcase and brought it to the rest of our attention.
Can you redirect based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
Can you recross based on the jury's questions?
No, no.
All right, Detective Bulky, you may step in.
All right, Detective Bulky is done. He was the detective that got the T-Mobile phone record warrant, as well as the location data that led them straight to the suitcase that had Jasmine's body on the side of the river.
Point where the next witness will take a substantial amount of time, rather than start and stop. It's 5:35. We're going to take our evening break, so we'll be taken back to the hotel. Again, as always, I must give you the admonition not to talk about the case among yourselves, not let yourself exposed to be exposed to any media. I believe when we get our last case yesterday passed or moved over to another division. So this is the only thing remaining on tomorrow's docket. Can the parties be ready to go at 9 tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to have you back a little earlier tomorrow since this is the only thing. So we'll also have you back at 8:30, 8:45, and we'll be back in at 9 a.m. to start the trial. Thank you.
Earlier start tomorrow. Good. Turn this down a tiny bit. I'm curious. I've already raised the question that it seems the jury has a lot of questions that in the right light could indicate they have prior knowledge of the case. At least a member of the jury, like asking about fingerprints on the trash bags. But I thought we heard in this case that there was a fingerprint on the innermost trash bag. So that would be, it could just be they're super observant, which is great.
Be brought up before we adjourn for the evening and get decided. We're to recess tonight.
Mr. Chen, this way.
All right, with that, we're gonna bail on that. Okay, so I think we have like a true crime fan that's on the jury. That's what I think. Number one. And they are taking probably meticulous notes. But so everything so far, I know I've raised that suspicion. I have zero evidence to say that's the case. Zero. You don't normally see a jury this early in a trial coming in with questions that are the gotcha questions. I mean, they missed one witness really at the very beginning, and that was Jasmine's mom, and they didn't understand when they were supposed to submit their questions. And so when the next witness came, they're like, "Can we only ask questions of the witnesses on the stand?" And so I think they would have had questions for her for sure. But yeah, amazing. Someone watched Lincoln Lawyers, my guess. Great day. I'm going to do a quick summary of what we had today. So give me just a second to pull that up. I love hopefully the one who's taking all these notes, being meticulous about that, is the foreman. I think it's a lady, and I hope she's the foreman or forewoman. Okay, so day 2, most of today we spent with Investigator Zachary Crawford. That was, we heard about him going down in the manhole cover. He found the bloody clothing at the dumpster, got a warrant for Chen's phone location, tracked his ping location. It sounded like Detective Stephen Bulkey was the one who actually got the T-Mobile phone records warrant and to track the location, but they both sort of testified to that. He did talk about executing the search warrant at Chen's parents' house and finding Chen there. He was defensive but calm. Then they found the items in Jason's room with all the notes that we saw on the screen, all the different Post-it notes and the notebook entries he had made that referenced Jasmine and her running away from home, problems she's having, when he last saw her. People in the case, dates, times, strange stuff, really strange stuff. It seems like alibi making notes. So we saw that. We saw then he testified about the backpack, the North Face backpack that belonged to Chen that had the glasses case in it, which I think were Chen's, and the SIM card in it, which was Jasmine's. Let's see, he was taken into custody, taken to the police station. We had an objection right there because he's like, after he was processed, objection. That's when we got 2 objections from the defense. His car was in the garage, doors closed, 2 cars parked behind it. They did a forensic download of Chen's phone. They found a picture in the text message that was doctored to make it appear like it was current, but it was from months before at Starbucks. That was the matcha drink. Did a final walkthrough of the apartment just after the management company started renovating the apartment and found a bloody area of carpet next to where the bed was. You're just looking at the back of my head. Well, it's cute, huh? It's very cute. Mrs. Ari says, you need to see me. There we go. Well, I still have to look over here, so I'm looking off the screen. All right. He also talked about the police cameras. Apparently, they have over 100 police cameras. Some of them are pan-tilt zoom cameras. They call them PTZ cameras that can be controlled and remotely look around. Some of them automatically just scan different areas. As soon as it gets interesting, it pans away and they look at something else. But we saw a lot of the footage from those cameras that show Jason Chen's car, that showed Jasmine driving her car, and him walking, the suitcase being moved. Basically, all the timeline things that tell us about when this happened was tracked on camera. So that was pretty cool. So then after Zachary Crawford, the investigator, we had Douglas Lynch, who lived in the same apartment building as Chen. He's the one that had the doorbell ring camera, and we saw Chen coming in and out and in and out and in and out. We have detectives, and we saw Chen looking at the camera, right? But we did not see him coming with a suitcase. There was no video of him going by with a suitcase, and I think it's because he knew there was a camera there. Detective Bulkey was our last one. He's our 8th witness in this trial. He's been with the Chattanooga Police Department for 13 years. He's been a homicide investigator for the last 5 years. He talks about the phone records again and how the location data led them straight to that site next to the river, where within a minute of getting out of their car, they located that suitcase that her body was in. So that brings us to the end of day 2. I've been taking notes. I'm paying attention, just like the jury. The jury's paying attention. We've had some fantastic jury questions, really, really good. And so we're excited to see that as it moves forward. He avoided paying for the RX bars of all things. Yeah. Why the asparagus? Is that just like an obsessive compulsive need to steal type thing? How did he carry her out? Probably out a different doorway. They've testified there are multiple entrances. Apartments usually, there's like a long way out and a short way out. He probably took the long way. How could he have gotten the suitcase out off camera? Different exit, I'm thinking. Bravo Chick, thank you very much. Thanks for the rewatch as well. Betsy Bees, hopefully that helps. If you did miss anything, we've covered the gist of it. We are still early on in the state's case. This is expected to take 10 days entirety. The case will take about 10 days. The jury is sequestered, which means they are not going anywhere. Well, they're going back to the hotel and having dinner and everything, but they're pretty much stuck with each other, but they cannot talk about the case until after this is all over. Asparagus is top row of manual entry. So shark. It's the first letter you come to, asparagus. I think asparagus covered up the Band-Aids and the microfiber towels, but I need to go back and look at the receipt. Puppets made an appearance. We did have a puppet on screen briefly. My hands don't fit in those puppets. They're small. They're kid puppets, so I have a hard time manipulating the arms and everything else. All right, I think that takes us to the end of the day. That's everything. That's everything I've got for you. If you guys have any questions, let them be known now. Otherwise, we're going to be wrap up for the day, and we'll start again tomorrow morning. It's Tuesday. Tomorrow's hump day. Be here early. I'll promise to yell loud and blow your eardrums, or at least make an attempt. I promise not to get you involved with this case. Thanks, Bug Dugger. I appreciate that. All right, we'll be back tomorrow. These are long days, but I understand with the jury sequestered, the judge wants to get this done. I mean, it's hard to take somebody away from their family and just say, you're stuck with us until we're done with you. It's basically legal kidnapping. So the judge feels that, and I appreciate what he's doing for the jury, although it makes long days for us. Josh just gifted another 5 memberships. Thank you. I have to say thank you. Broken Baker came in with his crew and had a bunch of likes, brought a bunch of likes with him. We did reach over our goal of 1,000. We hit 1,145 likes. It wouldn't have been possible without Josh and Samantha, who rallied that as well. So I appreciate both of you as well. And all of your help. We've had a lot of help there. Will you eat lobster on stream? I don't have lobster. I don't know how to cook it. I don't know where to buy it, where I could have it ready. I thought you're supposed to eat it hot. Is it something you can like cook and put in the fridge and then eat later? Is it like shrimp where you can like cook it and then refrigerate it and then just dip it in cocktail sauce and it's all good? I don't know. All right. I'm missing fire watching without you, Ari. There's no way to know where they are or what's happening. It's not fun to watch fires. It's very interesting. I need you pulling up Google. I'll take a look at that. I have been watching a little bit. There are some fires that are active in the area. Let's see. I think it's in Ventura County, I think is the biggest one right now. Let me see where it's at. Okay. Trying to look at the map here. Fox 11 is doing a live on that right now. They've got a little bit of information. But they're the only one.
And yes, that does mean that we are going to have some of those
They're doing weather. Not sure. I'll tell you that the red flag warnings are out in force, and they cover a huge area, much larger than the old fire areas. So the risk of fire, I saw the percentage. They said there's a 80 to 85% of a wildfire outbreak in the next couple days, which is way, way too high. Ivy Brilliant says, since I posted that plane video on the Recovery Addict Facebook page, my feed is full of planes and sexy firemen. That's what you get. The algorithms figured it out. Did the Hollywood sign burn? I don't think it did. I think it was not immediately threatened. Fresh boiled lobster dipped in butter. Okay, we'll figure this out. I'm going to figure out how to eat lobster. And maybe I'll talk Mrs. R.A. into trying it with me. I'm not sure if she's had it either. We were raised quite simply. Lobster was not on the menu. It was more potatoes and rice. All right. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. It will be an early start, so we're going to be live by 8:45 tomorrow. That'll give us time to sing to the birthday people, do the hump day yell, which happens every morning. If you miss that, you want to be there. It's something. I'm not sure it's something good, but it's something. And then we're going to proceed with trial, which begins at 9 o'clock. So you don't want to miss that. It might be fire. It might be fire. You guys have a good day. I appreciate it. 8:45 Eastern tomorrow. Yes, 8:45. Holly Max says, we got sick of lobster as kids. Aw, Mom, do I have to have lobster again? Literally never had it in my life. Part of that's my choice, though. I don't think it's ever been served to me in growing up or in married life. I don't think I've ever had it. Ever. It's my fault. At this point, it's my fault. You guys have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Thank you, sir. My new best friend.